know when another boy is born, William. We'll see if we can fit him into the team. And of course, with the advent of ladies cricket now, which is arguably, catching on very, very fast indeed, which is great to see, we can expand, this enthusiasm for developing players to both sexes. And of course, it makes an awful lot of sense, because if you want future generations to be involved in the game, having the women on board as well, it's going to multiply the whole family is being interested.
Absolutely, and I think if you look at 3 of the 4 debutants playing for Essex in this game, all around that East London area, Robin Dass, Jamal Richards and Ishan Kelly from Ilford, Jamal Richards, Waltham Forest, he was a schoolboy there, same as Graham Gooch at Norlington High School, and Robin Dass, Leytonstone, so
well
East
done.
End of London.
I'm impressed. Yeah. And yeah, I didn't know that. I did meet for the first time, and a great pleasure it was as well, Jamal Richards yesterday. I've been a fan from the time I first saw him come in at number 10 and show the first 9 how to bat, basically.
Yes.
He played, was 47 not out in a 50 over game.
I think we commentated on that together, Paul.
Yes, that's right. I mean, and we were saying, well, never heard of this lad, but he's good. A charming man with us as well, really nice fellow, telling me that he'd been playing for Essex representative 11s from the age of 11 onwards. And he was... What was nice talking to him last night, sometimes a youngster is very coy, but he said, a marvellous man, I'm really enjoying it. And it's lovely to see someone who's not afraid to say, I'm having the time of my life.
Absolutely. Do you want to continue from the Hayes Close end as Guy was doing?
Yep, will do. Thank you very much indeed. Just waiting for Mays to survey his field. And Buttleman taking guard again. We've had a fairly long drinks break. 124 for 5 is the score on the board. And Buttleman now makes his mark in the crease. Has a good long look round, sees a long leg in front of the scoreboard away to our left. And what a good delivery that was. It goes clean through Buttleman's, in fairness, perfectly reasonable forward push. The only thing that wasn't so reasonable about it was down the wrong line, as that ball slanted in, then straightened past the outside edge. And Buttleman, who has got some lovely shots, but his career has been a little bit undermined by trying to play too many of them too soon, something that applies to a lot of youngsters nowadays.
Yeah, and I think something for Will Buttleman is really important is to get this batting sorted, considering he is probably 3rd choice wicketkeeper now for Essex.
Exactly right. As the next ball is a long way outside off stump. There's no run there. It's 124 for 5. Yes, he's got the chutzpah that you need as a young player. A difficult game to make your way, and it's very competitive, as you've just indicated, saying he's only number 3 in line, and who knows who might be just around the corner, who's the best of the lot, and will make everybody look around them. So 3rd in line can easily become 4th if you begin to slip behind. And one thing nowadays, if you're going to be a wicket-keeper, you absolutely have to be able to bat.
Oh, definitely.
Ben Folkes would be a superb illustration of that. So this ball is just jabbed to backward point. They can nip through for a quick single. 125 for 5 runs, very hard to come by. And we did say at 11 o'clock on our bulletin then that the first hour would be crucial if there was going to be a result in this game. And wickets had to fall from an Ireland point of view if they were going to win. Well, they have fallen. Essex are still more or less, well, they're 48 in front at the moment. So somebody needs to prop up the tail rather well.
Yeah, just thinking as well about what we were saying about Will Buttleman there and being 3rd choice wicketkeeper, but actually he has had the opportunities in T20 cricket, and often Essex can end up playing all 3 wicketkeepers in the same side.
Quite right, yeah.
With Michael Pepper and Adam Rossington as well. Yes,
Michael Pepper is a superb white ball cricketer. I think he's in too much of a hurry in red ball cricket, but here's the next delivery. Buttleman plays it back to the bowler, sort of scooping action with that shot. He'd have to be careful he doesn't end up with a caught and bowled. But unfortunately, Buttleman came in at the beginning of last season, top of the order. And it is difficult because I think he was acting on instructions and had been told, you go in there. We're not expecting you to make a 50 necessarily, but just, if you can hit 6 fours in the first 3 or 4 overs, you'll have done a great job. And I think he took it a bit too literally. And, would have been better if he'd been a little calmer as Mays is in again. bowls, and that's played with a little bit of conviction this time by Buttleman for the first time in the over. Down to mid-on, no run, he's got 10, and Mark Adair 525 for 5. But Whistler well, because as I say, it is a difficult game, and hopefully things will begin to improve. It's beg your pardon, they took a single,
yeah,
of course. It's Mark Adair on strike, and not surprisingly, most of the players are in shirt sleeves, but there's a few fielders in pullovers still. Now, Adair, this time will get probably 2 runs, clipping the ball just behind square leg. 2 runs it shall be. He moves up to 7, 127 for 5, as Essex now lead by over 50, 51 run lead. And that's the end of a decent over from Young, who's picked up 2 wickets this morning. The 3 to go have been Robin Dass caught McCullum bowled Hume 32, and that was very early doors, 64 for 3. Curtis Camphor caught Tucker bowled Mays 20, 103 for 4. And in short order, George Dockrell caught Hand bowled Mays 26, 113 for 5. And when I tell you the scores of the out batsmen, doesn't matter who's who, are 21-5, 32-20 and 26. You can see the problem. All but one have got to start, but nobody has gone on.
Yeah, and disappointed as well for Nick Brown. Probably this game was a real opportunity for him just to knock some runs off and stick around for Essex, and wasn't able to do so and make any kind of score. Thing on hand, he's back from the river end. Will Buttleman on strike for Essex, 127 for 5. In comes Hand to Buttleman, again down with the drive towards the covers. It's fielded at point for no run.
Yeah, it was a good shot there, but nicely fielded at point by Harry Tector in his sun hat. Clearly not a superstitious man, because he wears the number 13 on his back. And although he didn't come off in the first innings, thanks to a brilliant catch at third slip by Josh Rymel, but he is rated one of the best talents emerging for the Ireland team.
In comes Hand to Buttleman again, and that just flashes past the bat of Buttleman through to Tucker.
It's interesting, Victoria, that on previous days the menace has sort of gone out after the first hour, but actually the ball, if anything, is doing a little bit more now than it was half an hour ago. So plenty for the batsman to think about. I think Ireland would have to feel that in normal circumstances they'd expect to win this game.
Yeah, it's a lead of 51 for Essex as Hand is into Buttleman. He clips that one off his legs, and it's gone for a boundary, deep square leg.
Yeah, nicely played by Buttleman, and he's been rather unimpressive after a good start in his last sort of 10 deliveries, but that was showed that when the bad ball came along, and it was a poor delivery, a long way outside leg stump, he took full advantage. Hopefully that'll give him the confidence. 131 for 5.
Buttleman moves to 14. And just gets the ball back from his teammate, and he is into Buttleman again, who just steps across his stumps and leaves that one.
Now, to judge by the first innings, which I didn't see, but Mark Adair made a very good 62. He's out there in the middle. He's sort of nice and relaxed at the crease. He's standing there just leaning on his bat, looking as if he's totally untroubled by anything that's going on around him. And his thought, I think, will be, can I find anyone to stay with me long enough for me to turn this game into a draw rather than defeat?
Yes, and he needs that with not too much experience down the order, as Buttleman tries the pull shot, misses, through to the keeper Tucker. Some half-hearted appeals about whether that got any bat on it, but no one's that worried as Essex remain on 131 for 5. Yes, so with that, if Will Buttleman can stick around, that's important. We know Noah Thane has scored runs for the under-19s in the academy, and for club cricket for his club in the East Anglian Premier League, as again Buttleman looks to try and punish a ball down the leg side from Hand. This time he just gets a single for his troubles.
Yes.
132 for 5.
Going back to the previous delivery, Buttleman was through with the pull shot long before the ball arrived, and what it showed was that he'd taken his eye off the ball. He'd just seen it coming. It was right to consider that the ball was there for the taking, but you must still watch it. You know, it's no good just sort of saying, yeah, I noticed that one might be hittable for 4, but then I've sort of gone through it with the shot looking with my eyes pointing up the sky, which they were at the time. So there's a little bit of a basic lesson for him. But yeah, and then as we move down the order, Jamal Richards might be Adair's best bet if he himself can survive long enough to find someone who might stay with him for quite a while, because Richards is a well-organised batsman who so far has proved difficult to get out. He was 17 not out off 17 balls in the first innings, had some very nice shots as well. And this game might yet end up in a draw if one of those can stay with Mark Adair. So here's the start of a new Thomas Mays over. Good straight approach from the Hayes close end, and the ball goes through outside off stump, and there is no run. Buttleman is on strike on 15.
I was asked to preview the start of the T20 Blast campaign for Essex. They got together a few of the media to go through their thoughts, and I was asked about a one to watch, and I said if Jamal Richards gets an opportunity in T20, I think he's got all the hallmarks to become a Graham Napier style player for Essex, a real asset.
Good point, good likeness. Graham Napier is so superb for Essex over 2 decades. This ball goes through outside off stump. Sadly, Graham suffered a lot with injury in the course of his career, and it was ironic that it was the last 5 years that were probably his best run of, being available. And he did terrifically well in that time. He was part of the team that got promotion from Division 2 in 2016, finished off at his beloved Castle Park with 100, and will just have been looking slightly wistfully when, having retired, Essex promptly won the Division 1 title. No one would have been a worthier part of that team. Here's Mays in and bowls, and that goes through outside off stump, and there is no run. Score 132 for 5. And when he retired, also retiring was David Masters, who'd been one absolute Essex stalwart.
It's nice to see Mark Bettini part of the coaching staff with Essex now.
No, that's right. There were some great guys in that Essex team, even though in overall terms you can say, well, it wasn't one of the more successful eras, but they did get promoted from Division 2 in 2009, and while ever Mark Bettini retained the captaincy, they weren't doing too badly in Division 1. As Mays is in, bowls, and Buttleman has got this ball past the diving Tector at backward point, picks up another boundary, and that takes score to 136 for 5. I think that's 4 boundaries to him now. He has 19. But sadly, Mark Bettini was sufficiently worried about his decline in his batting scores that he wound in the captaincy, and Essex, I'm afraid, sunk after that. It was a shame. I think Mark Bettini was an underrated captain. I think he was very good, got on very well with the coach, Paul Grayson, and the two of them, I think, did pretty well. Essex, of course, won the 50 over competition in 2008 at Lords. As that ball goes through outside off stump, there's no run there. That final was against Kent, and was recently replayed in full on Sky. 136 for 5 is the score now, with a lead of 60 for Essex.
Hoping that we might be able to speak to Mark Bettini on BBC Essex's Around the Wicket this season.
Sure we will.
Hopefully in the next couple of weeks, maybe.
Yeah, normally he's a very obliging character. I think he qualified at Cardiff University, which it certainly was, but it might have been astronomy or something slightly unusual like that. He also likes his fishing. As this ball goes down leg side, and there's no run there. 136 for 5, but he was a tremendously useful T20 player, Mark, even though his style was very suited to championship cricket. But he could do red and white ball, and I think I'm right in saying that in each of Essex's first 3 appearances on finals day in T20 cricket, sadly they didn't have a great record overall. They always lost at the semi-final stage, but I think he got a 50 in each of the 3, so he couldn't be faulted.
Andy McBride is going to come on from the River Ends. We're going to see some spin. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com, by the way, if you want to email. Gary Kane has got in touch, which we will get to once Andy McBride starts his over.
I think this is just all I really know from seeing Ireland live is what I've seen in this game. They've got enough in the seam department to suggest to me that on a given day in English conditions, they might give England plenty to think about. I'm not so sure how strong they're going to be in the spin department. I haven't seen McBride bowl before, so I look forward to that. But he was rather expensive in the first innings, and if the Bazball brigade were to get in and start hitting the ball around the place, that's when, in a sense, they could do with a spinner who can sort of nip them in the bud. I'm not quite sure they've got that in their weaponry, but wish them all the best, and looking forward to the game next week.
Figures of 2 for 98 for McBride in the first innings, as he is into Adair, who just plays that one delicately into the onside for no run. Gary Kane's been in touch on the email, says good morning to you all. He did send this just before midday, so we'll give you that one, Gary. He says, I've got a question, if I may, as McBride is into Adair, who just drives that one, and long on comes in off the boundary to field for a single. And I think this refers to your conspiracy theory, Paul. He says, how can this be a first-class game when you've got Ireland playing for Essex, and also when they're not giving the LBWs? Have a good day. Thanks, says Gary.
Fair points, Gary. I must admit I do scratch my head a little bit on that one as well.
McBride in for his third ball of the over to Buttleman. It just drops into the offside for no run. Essex 137 for 5.
I think we just have to put it down into the curiosity department of a match and say this one broke most of the rules.
McBride to Buttleman, who's on the front foot, pushing forward, and that will be collected in the field for no run. Buttleman with 19 off 24 balls, Adair with 8 off 17. McBride moving through the over, and again Buttleman this time just keeping the bat straight, playing the ball back down the pitch for no run.
A decent over so far. Whether he would stand up to batsman who danced down the track a little bit.
As McBride is in again to Buttleman, and this time it drops into the offside. Adair thinks about calling for the single, but Buttleman not interested, happy to just have had the single off that over. Essex 137 for 5.
Yeah, one played Buttleman that over, didn't get carried away. Quite rightly, even if he is eventually going to target McBride, have a good look at the bowler first. And good to see the two batsmen, who of course are one an Englishman, one an Irishman, just exchanging a word or two at the end of the over. It may be Adair's already been able to say to Buttleman, don't be in too much of a hurry here. You know, we've got all day to bat if we want. And they have. I mean, nobody's going to grumble if they eventually see this out for a draw. It's the practice the Ireland team are getting that's important, as here is the next ball from Mays. Already 2 wickets under his belt, comes in off a slightly over long run up, I would have said, from the Hayes close end. It's played down to mid-off, and there's no run, 137 for 5. When I say slightly over long, it's entirely up to him, but I'm thinking in terms of the bowler, the pace at which a bowler actually bowls, and how long a run-up would be justified. And I always like to see a bowler who's pretty quick but doesn't come off a very long run-up. It suggests to me that he's preserving his career by not forcing himself to run in so far, as the next one is chopped away off the back foot, goes to deep backward point, single to Adair, moves up to 9, 138 for 5, lead of 62. And one thing that pleased me yesterday, Victoria, was Jamal Richards' run-up. He doesn't take an overly long run-up, and yet he can generate considerable pace. It makes his short pitch delivery the more of a surprise. But above all, he's only 19. You don't want to see a 19-year-old sort of heading off to the boundary all the time. You know, it's putting yourself through too much.
Yeah, it's important at that age, isn't it, to, when you're still developing, to try and do everything you can to make sure you stay fit.
Next delivery is chopped away off the back foot by Will Buttleman. That's a nice shot. Everything was right about it. And 4 runs through backward point, 142 for 5, 23 to him. He's actually played quite well in the last 20 minutes, he's cut out some of the thrills, and this is what he needs to do. You know, he needs to spend time in the middle. Just coming back to lengths of run-up, one of the quickest bowlers I ever faced was the head of PE at the school I taught at, who was good enough to play for Yorkshire Seconds, and would regularly average 600 a season playing in Leeds Club League cricket. So not quite maybe good enough to play first class, but not far short. And he used to bowl off 3 paces, and you couldn't see where it came from. Here's the next ball, just dabbed into the offside, and the shout you hear is no, because there isn't a run there. But from 3 paces, his arms were so strong. He was only a short man, but he could generate the most phenomenal pace. And short he may have been, but the ball would be up chin level most of the time.
How much did you score off him?
Well, I didn't score many off any, to be truthful. The one virtue I had, I was difficult to get out. And I was once in a partnership with him of 128. And when I tell you that I was 12 not out in this partnership, shows you how good he was. So here is the next delivery. And pushes it into the offside for a single. Buttleman through backward point, 143 for 5. Buttleman playing well now, has 24. But what he would say to me is, get a single, Paul. I'll see to the rest. And so typically an over would read 1, 4, 4, 4, 6, 2. You know, he was, as I say, not a tall man, but boy, could he hit a cricket ball as well as bowl one. And a very good footballer. His brother played for Leeds United, so a very, very talented family. Both of them brilliant at golf.
Yeah, as is often the case.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, because these sportsmen, they love the game of golf. And I can understand why. It's the perfect relaxation. Here's the next ball clipped off the pads. Good shot from Adair, who I like the way he bats at the crease, actually. Totally unfussed. And just, you know, prods it here, prods it there, the occasional big shot. Single. Down to long leg, moves him into double figures. 144 for 5 at the end of that over from Mays. And I think we might get a bowling change at the Hayes close end now, because he's done his job. He's got 2 big wickets. Just not quite as good in that over, or the one before it, as he was when he first came on. But that makes the lead now 68, I think. Yeah.
Yes, you're right, 68, yes. Will Buttleman just getting a change of gloves. McBride will continue from the rear end. I think I've just got time to do this over before I make way for Guy Swindles to come back and join Paul Newton. Essex 144 for 5. It'll be Adair on strike. Buttleman just getting those new gloves on at the non-striker's end. Second over from McBride, and Adair just dabs that one past short leg into the onside for no run.
Big question of the day, have we had the meal tickets?
I don't know, Paul. That is a big question of the day.
Yeah.
No, Guy's shaking his head.
Oh dear.
Maybe when I go on my break I'll go and search for us all.
Thank you.
As McBride is in, and down the track comes Adair up to long on for a single.
Yes, Ashley Neves, our man, to ring. He's got his number up.
I think he might be having a day off. So.
Oh right. Well, that is. He's never asked permission. I mean, that's.
We'll go and. I did have to do a bit of a hunt on Friday. Getting a bit hangry as McBride is in again. Adair this time has lofted it up in the air. That is a massive 6 back over the bowler, over the Tom Pearce upper stand, and probably somewhere along the river.
Well, I know it's a ridiculous thing to say, but I'm not sure he got all of that, actually. He didn't get as close to the pitch of the ball as I think he would like to have done. Came off a little bit of the lower part of the bat, but it was Tenduscarter-like. One of my all-time favourite Essex players, Ryan Tenduscarter, was a massive hitter of straight sixes. He was absolutely brilliant at it. He once took 26 off an over, playing Hampshire against one of the best quick bowlers in the country, and they were all in the V, and there's now going to be a delay because the ball is probably very wet and invisible, I think, at the moment, and they'll have to, I think, produce the box and choose from it. But that was a lovely pickup from Adair there, 150 from Buttleman there. That's 151 for 5.
Oh yeah, I beg your pardon. I credited all that to Mark Adair, didn't I? And he'd just taken the single off the ball before. So yeah, Will Buttleman continuing with the nice shots for Essex as the umpires look at the box.
It was a terrific pickup, to be fair to him, because as I said, I don't think he quite got to the pitch of the ball at all. But whether they've retrieved the original ball or found a new one, but it looks like we're about to get back into action here. 151 for 5, and this partnership now is becoming useful. Can it be a bit more than useful? It's put on 38, which is approaching the highest partnership of the innings, which stands at 39. But we've had so many players get into the 20s and get out. Already Buttleman has hit 30. Let's see how much further, if at all, he can go.
So McBride to continue. Buttleman after that 6, the batsman on strike. He just pushes that one back forward for no run. Have you got the emails, Paul, if I leave you? Because there is an email to go through. I'm not sure I'm going to have time before I
If you leave it with me, I'll happily do that. Yeah,
okay.
I must get my machine working.
McBride into Buttleman again, and it just gets caught by the stumps. No run, no wicket. 151 for 5.
So Buttleman certainly impressed us with that 6, as long as he doesn't go in too much of a hurry.
McBride into Buttleman, this time on the back foot, and it's on the floor to short leg, and that is the end of the over. Essex 151 for 5, Buttleman on 30, and Mark Adair on 11.
Thank you very much, Victoria. We'll see you again after lunch, assuming there is any. And thank you very much. Hello from Dublin. Lovely to get a caller from Dublin, from Jer Siggins. He says, hi there, greatly enjoying your coverage of the game. The 4 Irishmen who are playing for Essex joined just 2 previous first-class players. You might make a quiz out of it. The first was Freddie Fane, born in County Kildare and later captain of England, yes indeed, and Essex, one of Essex's great bowlers going back before the war, playing 371 first-class games. The other was Ballymena-born Adrian McCoubrey, who played 8 games for the county in 2003/4, taking 18 wickets with his right arm fast medium. That's a lovely email, Jeff. Thank you very much indeed. And certainly, and thank you, Victoria, as well, for letting us read that out. So here is the start of a new over from the Hayes close end, and sure enough it is Fionn Hand who's taken the place of Thomas Mays from that end. I did rather adumbrate the bowling change, and I think it's justified. 151 for 5, and it doesn't need to be justified really, unless someone is tearing up trees at one end. So I think it's good both for the bowler himself and for the good of the side to rotate a little bit. Here's the next delivery, and that goes through outside off stump. Tucker for once doesn't take the ball cleanly, but it's not to matter in the least. I did feel yesterday that Nick Brown, and I realise it's difficult when you're captaining a side that's a hybrid side, but I felt he might have rotated the bowlers a little bit more frequently.
Yes, possibly. You don't know quite what instructions, or requests rather, instructions might have been made about how he rotated his Irish crew.
No, you're spot on there. That's a good point to make. Feel for LBW, but you're not going to have any luck with that one, son, as they come back for a second, probably leg by. We'll just wait and see. Yes, umpire Black taps his hand rather nicely actually on his knee, not actually quite touching the thigh, but the hand going very rhythmically up and down. Yep. One of the best leg by signals that I have seen in recent years. 153 for 5. I think that was actually fading down leg side anyway.
Me too. I didn't think that was one of the more controversial LBW decisions.
No. Hand is in bowls. What a good delivery that was. It came in with the bowler's right arm over to right hand batsman, and it's Craig Young bowling, my mistake. Thank you, Guy, for pointing that out. Craig Young bowling, and that one certainly straightened on hitting the seam and left the batsman groping at thin air, he being Mark Adair, and score remaining 153 for 5.
Yeah, he bowled pretty nicely from the river end earlier in the day, so interesting to see he's been switched round now.
Bowls. That ball is tucked away off the pads to mid-on for no score, and 153 for 5. Essex were 76 behind on first innings. They wiped that out and now have 77 runs of their own to play with, and this 6-wicket partnership proving an important one, Guy.
Absolutely. When Will Buttleman came out, Essex were, well, they still are in a spot of bother, but they were in a real spot of bother, and it looks as if we might be over pretty early today, but not so much now.
Adair uppishly into the mid-wicket area. They can take a single, 154 for 5. Nowhere near to being a catch, let me hasten to add. 12 to Adair. But it's been Buttleman, actually. Made a spectacular start with a couple of lovely cover drives. Then went through a period where he could easily have got out. But for the last half hour, hasn't looked in trouble at all. Has begun to discipline himself far better. And I like the way he's played.
Yeah, but good batting. He is playing each ball on its merit. He's also clattered the ball into the river as well. So we can see that he is looking to attack should the opportunity arise. But if it's not there, don't force it. McBride also interesting to see that he's seems to be bowling much tidier from this end. In the first innings, he bowled exclusively from the Hayes close end. But immediately on at the river end today, and he's in again, and that's short and swung away. There are 2 men out for that shot. It wasn't really fully middled by Adair, who knows that he should have done more with that particular delivery. Funnily enough, if he had, he might have found himself caught out at deep square leg, but as it was, it dropped safe. They go through for a single, but that short ball was not timed by the batter on this occasion. And McBride, right arm over the wicket again, and that is tucked off his legs nicely by Buttleman, but there is a man in at short leg who feels tidily. McBride, who does whiz through his overs. On this occasion, it's another defensive shot from Buttleman, back to the bowler.
Easy to see why, if you were coming to the ground for the first time, you would bowl McBride from the Hayes close end because of the short boundary if he bowled from this end. But Simon Harmer hardly ever bowls from the Hayes close end.
I think Werder must have got through because he's looked altogether tidier in this particular spell. That is tucked off the legs, though, nicely by Buttleman. The ball just starting a little wide, and Buttleman wasn't there for the big hit, but it was certainly there for the clip off the thighs for a single. McBride in again, and that's nicely bowled. And the man in for the bat pad might have been interested for a second or so.
Yes, it wouldn't have been given out, that particular one anyway, but you could almost feel the bowler instinctively appeal and then think, oh no, I forgot we're not giving LBWs here.
But, yes, and that's down the wicket, and it's smashed back through the hands of McBride by Adair. I think if he'd actually got a hand on it, he would have certainly missed the test match on Thursday, because Adair absolutely nailed that one, smashed it back past the unfortunate McBride for a boundary. McBride has now bowled 3 overs, no wickets for 14. Adair moves on to 17 from 31. Buttleman, though, has shot past Adair, 31 from 36, in an Essex total of 160 for 5, and the lead currently stands at 84.
Yes, that was technically a chance, but as you rightly say, Guy, I think a good decision there. You know, if you were with McBride as one of his teammates, he'd sort of just pass him, tap him on the back and say, judge that well.
Absolutely. I don't think he actually had a chance. It was hit so hard.
Yeah.
He didn't even have a chance to put his hands together.
No, you don't want anything to do with those. As we see Young in again from the Hayes close end and played out into the covers. There's no run there, and score is 160 for 5, a lead of 84. It's not just as sunny as yesterday because there's this white, almost like a lace curtain. It's still, you can see that the sun is shining, but the full force of it isn't quite as lethal as it would otherwise be if it were clear blue sky. And bowler's probably grateful for that as well, as this one goes through outside off stump, and there is no run. 160 for 5. Craig Young the bowler, and I think Ireland will feel increasingly that it's been a pretty good workout from every point of view for their team.
Absolutely, absolutely. Everyone who has needed to play a part. I guess one or two of the top order batters, the likes of Andrew Balburney, the skipper, McCollum and Tector, wouldn't mind another bat, but that's everyone else has done well.
They may well yet get one. There's the leg by here, and even if this were one of the great LBW matches with the umpires continually giving people out, the batsman would have been absolutely aghast at that being given. It was clearly going well down leg side and would probably have missed another set. And that's before you start worrying about whether it might also have been disallowed for height.
Yes.
So 161 for 5, 31 and 17, respectively, Buttleman and Adair. And the good partnership is developing here, already worth 48. And Young is in. Bowls, oh, well, that's a very good delivery to Adair. Turned him right round. Pitched, straightened. Batsman was playing for it to keep coming into him. And this is one of the great arts of bowling, to deceive the batsman into playing down the wrong line. And the only fault from the bowler's point of view there is it did a bit too much to take the edge.
Yeah, he's bowled pretty nicely, particularly in this second innings, without a great deal of luck, it must be said. The meal
I'd
tickets
agree.
have arrived, you'll be pleased to know.
Oh, fantastic. And this ball is played into the offside. There's no run there. And because there was noise going on at the time, I thought you initially said the lunatics have arrived.
They have too.
Yeah, well, I was going to say that, I was just thinking, I wonder which ones he means. But anyway, it's the meal tickets. This is how one judges a day, first item noted down in the diary. Sadly, it won't be my favourite today because on a final day, the curry house opposite us, which is quite excellent, will not be open today, and actually wasn't yesterday. Here's the next delivery. It keeps a bit low. Adair steers it to point and cover races in, but they've easily managed to complete the single in the meantime. And the over ends. Decent over, a couple of really good deliveries in it, 162 for 5, and a lead of 88, and 86. Buttleman has 31 and Adair 18.
Well, Andy McBride will come on to bowl as we try and live with the deep disappointment of no curry today, and survive on the rather splendid burgers and hot dogs that are available.
Yeah, bacon baps, yeah.
Oh, they were sold out on day one.
I must say they do give you an enormous helping of fries with it as well. There's no holding back.
Now we must stop bigging up how lucky we are when
Yes.
when there might be people who are having rather less for lunch. And that is tucked away nicely into the leg side. Though it's a bank holiday Sunday, I'm sure the roasts will be to the fore today.
Yeah, the train in today was absolutely packed, 12 coaches, and apparently there's a lot of events in London.
That is swung away. It was short. It was not the best ball that Andy McBride has ever bowled in his life, but that went low and flat for 6. It was an extraordinary hit by Adair. It didn't seem to get that high off the ground, but he was so quickly on it, he smashed it over mid-wicket for 6. Great timing from Adair.
Yeah, no, he's beginning to get going now. He's not the most elegant batsman you'd ever see, but he's pretty effective.
Indeed, this time he is looking to come down the wicket to McBride. McBride sees him coming, fires it in at his toes. Adair happy to just dig the ball back to the bowler in the end. And this time he has waited and he has swung it away, and I think that is 6 more.
Certainly is, and there is something of the Tenduscarter about Adair, actually. Not trying to say they are exactly similar, but both are very, very adept at hitting sixes, particularly away to our right over the stand, sort of wideish long on sort of area. And they both also share the characteristic. They both like to come in and play themselves in first before going for the big stuff. Ryan, I used to love the way he played when he was a youngster in the T20 days, because I always used to say of him, first 10 runs in singles and twos, next 10 runs, fours on the agenda. Once he got to 20, sixes, and it's a very good technique actually. You know, so many batsmen get out by trying to launch out before they've played themselves in.
This time it's tucked away into the leg side, just reining himself in a touch, Adair, after the 2 maximums already in this over.
The absolute master of playing himself in and taking his time was Ravi Bopara.
In once again, and this is smashed back over the bowler's head. The fielder is whizzing round from long on, and he manages to stop the ball going for another boundary, but there will still be another 2 runs, so 14 off that over. And once again, McBride is becoming expensive. 28 now from his 4 overs. Essex have raced on to 176 for 5, and the lead becomes exactly 100. So good work from Adair. He is 32 not out and has just overtaken Butterman, with Butterman having quite a lead just a couple of overs ago.
That's quite right. It's also good cricket in a good partnership. You don't need both batsmen to be going like a ton of bricks, and you know, it will all depend on who gets the majority of the strike a lot of the time, but it's no bad thing if they take it in turns to go in little bursts. But Mark Adair, very tender scouter-like in his tactical approach, unspectacular for the sort of first 30 deliveries he faced, and then was really launched out. Here's the start of a new over from the Hayes close end, which will begin with a single to Buttleman. It continues to be Craig Young bowling, and lead up to 101 with that single, 177 for 5, and it's a score draw on the board now, 32 each.
There we go. Now this is an interesting phase of the match, this at the moment. If Essex continue to score at this rate, what if they have a lead of 120 odd by lunch? When do they then decide? Do they make Ireland bowl them out, or do they declare and give a chance for those top order Irish batters to have a bash before Thursday?
Young is in, bowls, and it's pushed into the mid-wicket region for a single by Adair, who retakes the lead, 33 to 32, 178 for 5. And yeah, I don't think anybody's going to be terribly bothered if Ireland have failed to bowl Essex out. I think it will be a draw. So I don't think there's going to be a particularly enterprising declaration, indeed if there's one at all. But you are right just to say there might be 1 or 2 batsmen that the Ireland management would like to see get a second go, Harry Tector being a prime example.
Yes, and the skipper, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Young is in bowls, and nicely played by Buttleman, who impresses me the more he bats here, because he's really stopped trying to hit every ball to the boundary and is playing a well-judged innings here. I haven't seen him do that before. Well done to him. 33 each, the 2 batsmen, 179 for 5.
Yeah, he's batting really nicely at the moment. I like the way he's just angling the bat, finding the gaps, going for singles, making life difficult for the bowlers, because I know they're both right-handers, but they're having to switch. And as well as keeping the scoreboard ticking over, it just makes life a little more difficult for the fielding side.
In comes Young, bowls to Mark Adair, at least 1 run here, and I think almost certainly a second. So Buttleman's very quick between the wickets, so he's the one who's got to get back to the nearest end to the thrower, wide, long on, and or really deep mid wicket, and they get 2 runs there. It's good cricket. No risk taken whatsoever, none needed to produce half a boundary. 35 to Adair, 181 for 5, the lead up to 105, and Adair is really beginning to play quite commandingly now.
He is, just as he did in the first innings. He's
got, I think, 97 in the match. As this ball is played down to mid-off, there's no run, 181 for 5, and certainly, although we can't possibly set great store by what's been achieved individually by players in this game, but it also matters how they play, not just how many they make. And I've seen some very good batting actually here, and Ireland certainly are not a team without talent. They've got some very decent seamers, and without having a sort of Viv Richards in their lineup, they bat deep, which is a great quality. As this one is nicely flicked away off the pads. Should be two more here. Plenty of time for one for the throw, as that's gone out on the long boundary side. Two more, 183 for 5, and Adair demonstrating in that over how to just pick off a useful number of runs without taking any risk whatsoever.
No, I think it is interesting that they play very little red ball cricket, the Irish players. Someone was telling me yesterday there hasn't been a first-class match in Ireland since 2019. It's now all white ball cricket.
Yeah.
It's 50 overs and T20. When the players are playing around the world, it's usually in those competitions as well. So I think that explains why they bat so deep, because they're essentially a white ball team who are now playing red ball cricket, but in the white ball game now all the bowlers essentially have to bat or they don't keep their place in the team, and that's exactly what Ireland have at the moment. They have a team of all-rounders in so many ways, and it's going to be interesting to see how they get on against England, whether they've got the firepower to cause England's batters real problems, but certainly you feel that their batting will cause the England attack some problems.
That's right. Well, that last assault by Mark Adair on Andy McBride has seen the spinner removed from the attack, and Fionn Hand get his first spell of the morning as we approach the luncheon interval here. And
he did have a couple of overs earlier. He was a bit.
So he did, yes.
He was a bit loose. The first over was a little leg side, so it'd be interesting to see how he gets on. He was also bowling from the river end on that occasion. This, however, is right on the money, and is played nicely by Buttleman out into the covers, no run.
I have to slightly giggle because Hand, as he approached there, kicked up all manner of dust. It was rather like watching a racehorse on rather dried going. There, we'll see if it happens again here.
Well, he is in once again. There is dust coming up, but it is very hot and very dry. So you can see why after 3 days of pretty intense pounding from the medium and fast bowlers, that area around the wicket is beginning to kick up a little red dust.
Yeah, there's no sign that I can see. I've seen a 12-day forecast. It doesn't look as if we haven't had any rain for 2 or 3 weeks now, and I wouldn't think much is expected in the future at all. I think it could be a very long, hot, dry, dangerously hot summer.
Well, certainly June is looking that way in the long-term forecasts.
Yep.
You're absolutely right, Paul, as Hand is in once again. That's short and just helped round the corner and bisects the field beautifully. There were 2 men out on the boundary at deep mid-wicket and deep fine leg for that shot, but it was controlled. The wrists were rolled in the approved manner, and the ball reaches the boundary, and it's 4 more for Adair.
Oh, he's just becoming ever more commanding. He was quite happy in the early stages of the partnership to let Buttleman have most of the strike, but he's saying, I'm rather fancying this myself now.
Indeed, and Buttleman is happy to give him the strike with the singles in again, and this is driven nicely straight, and this I think will be 4 more. The fielder is desperately trying to get there, but he won't. So back-to-back boundaries for Adair, who is closing in on a second successive 50 in this match. He moves on to 45. He now has 107 runs in the match. You were pointing out earlier that he was verging on the 100 for the match. We saw Dockrell. Well, he completed exactly 100 runs in the match over his 2 innings. But at the moment, interestingly, Fionn Hand, who bowled really well in the first innings, perhaps not bowling quite so well in the second. That's short, and it's helped on its way, and that's gone all the way. Has it gone for 6 or 4? We're waiting for the signal. It's 6, and the 50 comes up for Adair in rather rapid fashion. He has moved to 51 in just 3 deliveries. A superb innings. It's ended up being off just 47 balls, And he didn't really get going until about 10 balls ago.
No, I mean, this is getting ever more Tender Scarter-like. You can't bowl to the man now. And I think he's probably saying to Will Buttleman, well, you know, it's so we can get practice for next week. You'll have your chances in the T20 sort of thing. Buttleman quite happy to go along with it, but it's magnificent, the last 20 minutes of Mark Adair. Ireland have got a really talented all-rounder here, because with a bit of help in the pitch, he's very, very useful with the ball. And my word, he's batted well, and you'd be loving this if you're the Ireland coach, basically, because here's a man in tip-top form. I know it's a different kettle of fish facing the likes of Jimmy Anderson, but he's looking great.
Well, Hand is in again, and this is helped on its way, and it should go round. This is a top edge, and he's lucky on this one. Hand will be a bit miffed by that particular boundary, but if you're going to swing hard. He got a big top edge, went straight over the top of the wicket keeper, who chased the ball back. That is the end of the unfortunate Hand's over. He has been smashed all over the ground. We've had 18 runs off the last 4 deliveries. Essex reached the 200. Adair is 55 not out. Buttleman 34 not out. 202 for 5. A lead of 126. And Adair has back-to-back half-centuries in this match.
Well, I think Andy McBride might very cautiously approach the captain and say, do you think it was a good decision to take me off? Because whatever McBride suffered, Hand suffered to an even greater degree. And that's absolutely magnificent batting from Adair. And if there was initial disappointment when Robin Das was out at the beginning, that has dissipated now. I must actually credit my esteemed colleague of the written press, Paul Hiscock, next door, and he described Das's play as not Bazball, but Dazball.
Very good.
But he got out early, and I thought at the time we sort of missed out on what we were looking forward to, but Mark Adair is making up for that, and Will Buttleman as well. So here is the start of a new over, and Buttleman gracefully glides the ball down to third man off the bowling of Craig Young, and Buttleman is playing the role I was describing I once played in this partnership 128 with my immensely more talented colleague. He got all but 12, my 12 of this partnership 128, and he just would say, you know, single first ball, please, Paul, and put me on strike. And I did manage, because the field was set so deep for him, they never quite twigged that they should have brought the field up when I was facing. But this is what's happening. Buttleman's taking the single, and here's Adair now. Oh, that's a magnificent on drive, 4 runs from the moment it left the bat, and you almost know he's going to hit the boundary. It's just a case of where, and he's composed enough not to predetermine. So if it had been short, he'd have hit it somewhere else, but it was in his part of the pitch, and away it went for 4. He has 59, 207 for 5, and all of a sudden the lead, which only 10 minutes ago hadn't reached 100, is now 131.
I know there's been such an acceleration, because he was on 20 and Buttleman was on 31, and now suddenly the acceleration is extraordinary.
Young is in and bowls to Adair, who settles for a dot ball here, playing it just defensively down to mid-on. But goodness me, we've been treated to some scintillating stroke play throughout the 3 days of this game.
You were just mentioning earlier the unbalanced partnerships that you can sometimes have. I do enjoy them. There was the Jack Leach's 1 in the 73 he and Ben Stokes scored, and I think Michael Holding scored 12 out of 180 with Viv Richards once.
Yeah, this one's put on 94, and we can add one to that as they go for a quick single. And Adair just dabbed the ball towards mid-on, but took the pace off it, knowing that that would facilitate the single, and he had to hurry a little bit. 208 for 5, partnership of 95, Adair up to 60, and Buttleman retakes his guard now, and appears to be shifting across towards off stump with his guard here. And if you hear a noise in the background, it's the start of the BBC Essex 1 o'clock news, into which I'll be going presently, and we may well have gone to lunch anyway by the time that starts, because this could yet turn out to be the last over before lunch. And you can guess who it is in the background as this ball is nudged away for a single. Good cricket from Buttleman, and he is playing his part splendidly from Adair and Ireland's point of view. 36 to Buttleman, 210 for 5.
Yes, Buttleman's done superbly on that shot. He just keeps playing it, keeps getting Adair back on strike, keeps his own score ticking over nicely. It really is an excellent backup innings after he was the aggressor early on in this partnership, but it gets ever closer to the 100.
It's good practice for Buttleman, you know, if he plays in the T20. So, OK, he hits a boundary. Now, the smart thing to do next delivery when you've hit a boundary isn't to look for another one, but to rotate the strike, take a single. And he's certainly proved an ability to work this out in this innings. Adair, the main man, is back on strike. In comes Young. And he holds back off this, perhaps with an eye to lunch being fairly adjacent. And is it really adjacent? Yes, they're all moving off almost like a herd of cattle. I don't know if you've ever noticed and observed cattle, but nearly all of them move in the same direction at the same time.
Absolutely right.
And occasionally you'll see one suddenly sort of shift the emphasis, and they all go and follow. And that's rather like these hungry young men out there now.
I felt a bit for Fionn Han, though. He was running in to try and get another over in when he got the nod from the umpire that sadly his run wouldn't get him there in time, and I think there was quite a delay for the 6th ball of that over to try and ensure lunch was taken at 209 for 5.
Then again, when you think the punishment he took in the over he bowled, it may have been clever work on his part to appear to be
the double
keen.
bluff.
Yes, exactly. Thanks, Guy, and thanks to Victoria Polly for getting us our meal tickets, and we will be taking advantage of them over the course of the next 40 minutes or so. I'm just going to update the BBC Essex 1 o'clock news, but if you don't want to hear that, then join us again at 1:40 sharp. So just noting down the scores at lunch. It's 209 for 5. I added one, not realising the board had already got it up in front of me. 209 for 5 there. We've had 171 runs in the session for the loss of 3 wickets. And that's in spite of Robin Das going straight away. A 36 Buttleman, 60 Adair. WB 36. MA 60. Buttleman has faced 45 deliveries and Adair 52, and the partnership stands on the brink of a century at 96. And I have to say, I'm not in the least bit bothered who, if anyone, wins this game, but I have thoroughly enjoyed the quality of batting that we have seen, not in the early part where batsmen got a start and then got out, but Mark Adair, who I've not seen bat before because I wasn't here for day one, has been but brilliant, and I love anyone who looks remarkably like Ryan Tenduscarter in their style. Stand by as we go into the news. Another glorious afternoon here, Nick. This match has been blessed with terrific weather, and we've had a great session. 171 runs have been scored, 3 wickets have fallen, and from 38 for 2, 59 for 2 at the start, they've moved on to 209 for 5, so I must correct myself, 150 runs in the session. Robin Das went straight away, holding out tamely for 32, should have played himself in for longer. Mays removed both Canfer for 20 and George Dockrell for 26, but boy, have we had a feast of batting in the last hour. Will Buttleman has been the junior partner and has made a very good 36 not out. But Mark Adair, fresh from his 62 in the first innings, started slowly and then has been utterly explosive for the last half hour. He's moved on to 60 not out. The partnership's worth 96, and at 209 for 5, the players now at lunch. Essex now have a lead of 133. It's probably going to be a draw, but we could yet see a decent finish.
Commentary on the match.
endless fun. There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, outstanding waiting for you. Enjoy yourself, with friends old and new. Explore with us, there's stunning lands to see. Enjoy yourself, James Best Value at Sea. Enjoy yourself, named Best Value at Sea. Enjoy yourself on a premium value cruise. Enjoy yourself, we're the one to choose.
Endless fun. There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, outstanding waiting for you. Enjoy yourself, with friends old and new. Explore with us, there's stunning lands to see. Enjoy yourself, James Best Value at Sea.
endless fun. There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, outstanding waiting for you. Enjoy yourself, with friends old and new. Explore with us, there's stunning lands to see. Enjoy yourself, James Best Value at Sea. Enjoy yourself, named Best Value at Sea. Enjoy yourself on a premium value cruise. Enjoy yourself, we're the one to choose.
Endless fun. There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, outstanding waiting for you. Enjoy yourself, with friends old and new. Explore with us, there's stunning lands to see. Enjoy yourself, James Best Value at Sea. Enjoy yourself, named Best Value at Sea.
endless fun. There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, outstanding waiting for you. Enjoy yourself, with friends old and new. Explore with us, there's stunning lands to see. Enjoy yourself, gain best value at sea. Enjoy yourself, name best value at sea. Enjoy yourself on a premium value cruise. Enjoy yourself, we're the one to choose.
Endless fun. There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, outstanding waiting for you. Enjoy yourself, with friends old and new. Explore with us, there's stunning lands to see. Enjoy yourself, gain best value at sea. Enjoy yourself, choose.
Endless fun. There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, outstanding waiting for you. Enjoy yourself, with friends old and new. Explore with us, there's stunning lands to see. Enjoy yourself, gain best value at sea. Enjoy yourself, name best value at sea. Enjoy yourself on a premium value cruise. Enjoy yourself, we're the one to choose.
Endless fun. There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, outstanding waiting for you.
Oh, welcome back. It's a bit premature there, wasn't it? Sorry, Guy. Welcome back to the commentary of day 3 of Essex against Ireland live at Chelmsford. I'm Victoria Polly. I've got Guy Swindles alongside me and Paul Newton also here, part of the commentary via the BBC Sport website, and if you're watching along on the live stream as well. Ready to get back underway after lunch. Essex are on 209 for 5, leading by 133, really having ramped up that lead in the first session of the final day. Mark Adair is on 60 not out and Will Butterman is on 36.
Yeah, it's been a mightily impressive performance from these two. They came together with Essex in real bother, 113 for 5, and an insubstantial lead. And they've now managed to add 96 for this 6th wicket. Butterman started the brighter of the two, but Adair just came roaring out. And the shots just before lunch, magnificent as he brought up his 50 with a 6.
Graham Hume is going to bowl from the river end after lunch. He has 3 of the wickets in this Essex second innings, having got the 2 openers last night and Robin Das this morning as well. So it will be Will Butterman on strike for the first ball after lunch. People still making their way round the ground and back to their seats as Hume is right arm over the wicket and just dabbed down into the offside by Butterman for no run. And we saw some great shots from Butterman before lunch, a massive 6 which I think probably is still floating along the river behind us, and a couple of nice cover drives from the Essex youngster as well.
No, absolutely. And then he went in to the anchor role and just kept reeling off impressive singles to keep the rotation going, and also to get Adair on strike as he began to see the ball.
Second ball of Hume's over into Butterman. He again looks for the drive, and the ball moves, doesn't end up where he wants it to, and it's just fielded at mid-on for no run.
Yes, I think they were a little bit excited for a moment there as the eyes lit up for Butterman. He went for the big drive. The ball very nearly got through, but he managed to get enough bat on it to dig it out and get it to mid-on.
Essex 209 for 5, 2 dot balls so far after lunch. Hume past the umpire to Butterman. On the back foot, Butterman will get this one away in the onside for a single,
as he's done so many times. But yeah, just the tip and run approach.
Mark Adair with his bail, just marking his crease again. You were interested when he started that tradition when he came into bat, weren't you?
I was, yeah, because I remember Chandra Paul, the West Indian batter, always did that as well.
So Mark Adair on strike for Essex. In comes Hume. He turns that one away into the leg side. It will be chased by PJ Moore, and it will just be the single. No, 2, I beg your pardon, 2 runs for Essex to add to Mark Adair's total. He moves on to 62. Essex 212 for 5.
Yeah, Mark Adair immediately onto the front foot against his usual teammate, but he just looks so confident currently, seeing the ball so well too.
He made 62 in the first innings as Hume is in to Adair, and that's flicked away. Shouts of catch because it was in the air, and I think that is going to be no, I thought it might be a leg bye, but he has got some bat on that one, so a single to Mark Adair.
I think that's why they were interested. If someone they have had that fly slip position in at various times. That is the 100 partnership as well coming up for these two, which is very well timed and much needed.
Yep, Essex need these two to stick around. So Adair has moved past his score in the first innings. It's Butterman on strike now. Again, forward on the front foot, just turning the wrists and the ball into the offside for no run. And that is the end of Hume's over, and the first over after lunch. Essex 213 for 5.
Yeah, steady start, but they still managed to tick off 4 runs from probably the pick of the attack so far in this second innings as far as Ireland are concerned. Hume has bowled really nicely thus far, 3 for 32 from his 10 overs. But we have seen this session across all 3 days turn into something of a batter's paradise, and it'll be interesting to see whether that occurs here as well. Fionn Hand has now changed ends, and thank you for our friends from Ireland for pointing out we were pronouncing it in a very English way earlier on.
Yes,
So,
yeah, thanks to go on the emails. bbcessexcricket@gmail.com if you'd like to get in touch with us.
So it is Fionn Hand in, and that is just smacked back over his head by Mark Adair. It was slightly overpitched, but it was still remarkable power for a ball where he didn't have much backswing at all to work with, but he has absolutely nailed that back past the bowler. And Adair is in wonderful, wonderful form currently.
Yeah, great shot, just scooped it back.
Hand is in again, and again he tries that launch the drive. This time again it was Yorkerish length, and he can't dig it out with as much power as he managed in the previous delivery, and also hits it straight to mid-off. They thought about a quick single, but he actually hit it almost too well. If he'd just dropped it in front of him, there was a single there, but he launched himself at it. Hand in once more, and that is short, and I think that the batter will feel he missed out on that. It was there, but we've seen that 1 or 2 times, that when people have been restarting their innings or at the start of their innings, that the short ball hasn't been timed perfectly, and that was an example there that Adair, I think before lunch, would have nailed that, but after lunch he just needs to get his timing right again.
Yeah, just as he was running that single, he was just using his arms to demonstrate where I think he wanted that ball to go, not where it ended up.
Buttleman steps outside off stump and tries to guide the ball Robin Dass-like through the gap between the slips and point, but only finds second slip. The skipper Andrew Balbirnie then makes sure that he is staying within his crease by flinging down the stumps.
Bale travelled a long old way. It was halfway down the track for Mark Adair to go and fetch.
Yeah, and Buttleman had to take evasive action as well, because I think the bail bounced over his head. Anyway, he is fine. It was a good throw from the skipper Balbirnie. And the next delivery is short and pulled away, but there is a man down there at fine leg. A good throw too. Excellent work in the deep from Graham Hume, and they will only take the 1 run. But again, they're looking to attack wherever possible, these two. 6 runs so far from this over. This should be the last ball. Hayes close end and in once again. Oh, and that, I will give him slightly the benefit of the doubt, but I don't know whether I should. He has played a guided shot between wicket-keeper and first slip. I think he was looking to play it slightly wider than that, but he got enough on it. There was a bit of an after you clawed moment from wicket-keeper and first slip, and the ball goes straight through, and it's 4 more.
You'd see why Hand was annoyed and had his arms up at his wicket-keeper and slip, saying, well, neither of you went for that.
Exactly.
But it just sort of rolled off the bat and away for the boundary.
But another expensive over in double figures again, and Adair has raced on now to 72 from 58, and Buttleman almost looking pedestrian with his 38 very nice runs from 53 deliveries.
Graham Hume, the bowler from the River End, ready for his second over after lunch. Essex 223 for 5. Buttleman on strike. Hume into him, and he's got him in a bit of a pickle there. Not sure Buttleman knew where that ball had finished up. As it was just between his legs, and I think he's limping away slightly because great delivery from Hume right up to the stumps.
Yeah, he got the ball to nip back in, didn't he? And I don't think that the batter was expecting it, and then it hit him in the painful gap between the top of the pad and the bottom of the thigh pad. So he'll have an interesting round bruise this evening, I think, from that.
Will Buttleman is okay, and he is ready to face the second ball of the over, and this time he tries to cut it away, doesn't catch it right, and it just ends up bouncing in front of him, and back to the bowler for no run.
Again, he wasn't playing for he was not expecting the in-dipper again, which meant he was playing the big cover drive to the ball that doesn't move, but that one did dart at him just back a little bit, and in the end he could only inside edge it to safety.
So 2 dot balls so far in this Graham Hume over, and he comes again to Buttleman. This time Buttleman does get enough bat on it, and it's gone for a single, fielded out in the deep on the offside.
Yeah, that was better timed, but he managed to pick out the only man in the deep on acres and acres of space on the offside, which will frustrate him slightly.
Mark Adair on strike for Essex, 72 runs to his name in this second innings. Essex lead by 148 as Hume is into Adair, who misses that one, had a good old swing at it, but it's through to the wicketkeeper for no run.
Yes, I think the golf ball would have probably travelled something in the region of 300 yards if he'd actually managed to hit that one, but it was a big swing, not much footwork. The head wasn't quite in the right place either. It was stand and deliver, and he stood, but the delivery, I'm afraid, came late.
224 for 5, Essex in the Chelmsford sunshine. Sun really out now as Hume is into Adair. He does get the bat on that one, and it's away for 4 over the mid-off fielder and to the boundary.
He has almost an identical shot, but this time his timing was altogether better, as was his foot and head movement. But he is looking for that big shot straight down the ground, and in fact he came down the wicket to Hume, which is always frustrating for the fast bowler if someone actually uses their feet and gives you the charge. But that's exactly what Adair has done to Hume.
Hume ready for his final ball of the over into Adair, and this time he plays the cut. Lovely hands. It does find that fielder though out in the deep on the offside though, and only get a single, but he will keep the strike.
Yeah, had to reach for that a bit, didn't he? It was a pretty wide delivery from Hume, but increasingly, apart from that swish and a miss, Adair, you're wondering quite where the next wicket is coming from.
Essex 229 for 5. It'll be hand to continue from the Hayes close end. Just quickly read Sheila's email, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch. Sheila says, just watching the game here in Toronto. It's an enjoyable game and a chance for some of our young cricketers to show their skills. Richards and Das to name but a few. Thank you very much, Sheila, for getting in touch.
I have to admit, much as I enjoyed the cheeseburger at lunch, a teeny bit of it has stuck in my throat, very irritatingly indeed. But I think it's finally made its move. So it will be hand to continue. And that's short and just helped round the corner. Didn't really have to do very much at all to ensure he added 4 more to his total. Mark Adair. It was short, it sat up. It was the attempted slower bouncer to try and deceive the batter, but he didn't, because it was easily just helped on its way, really. Didn't have to hit it hard, just there was the ball. Bat was on it, guided it through. Fine leg, and it's 4 more to the total. Oh, and this time he wears one as he tries to play the pull shot, and was through the shot before the ball got to him. which meant he actually was hit by the ball because the bat was already pointing somewhere towards Braintree. As hand is in again, and this is short, and again maybe this is a plan to keep bouncing Adair and see whether they can either strangle him down the leg side or get a top edge. There is a man out at deep square leg and a deep fine leg, but Adair willfully missed out slightly on that delivery. Hand is in again, and that is short, and that is just powered away. Such an amazing shot that it's almost like the baseball shot. It's sitting up, it's there to be pulled, but it's pulled well in front of square, essentially going through mid-wicket and mid-on, with such power and authority from Adair. Great shot.
Yeah, frustrated with those first two deliveries, and you can see with him trying to play the shots, he wasn't able to get anything on it, but that time had the timing right. The pitch and the length was perfect for him to get away.
And this should be out, and is out, as he mistimes the attempted hook come pull shot. There were 5 bouncers in that over. 2 went for 4, 2 were missed by Adair, and the 5th one he just manages to get a little top edge, and it was a good diving catch in the end from Lorcan Tucker, who had to make plenty of room to his left, but did so, snaffled the ball just before it fell to the ground. And Mark Adair's most entertaining innings of 85 from just 66 balls, 11 fours and 3 sixes. He goes with the score on 237. Essex now 237 for 6, a lead of 161. So there will be work to do for Ireland's top order, which is exactly what they're after from this game when this Essex innings ends.
That was exactly what Essex needed, wasn't it? We said this morning if Ireland could get a couple of quick wickets, then they'd be in top in this game. And they did get the wickets of Robin Das, Curtis Camphor and George Dockrell, but Mark Adair and Will Butterman have been able to not only stick around but really accelerate the scoring of the Essex attack. So Butterman now becomes the senior batter, and Noah Thane comes to the crease.
Yes, the young man for whom much is hoped for as far as Essex are concerned, only 18 years old, scoring runs for fun for his club, Sawston and Babraham, in the Cambridgeshire League last season, as well as Essex seconds, and that's played nicely off his toes. And the 2 young men who will certainly look to be turning any possible ones into 2s if they're there. It's exactly what Thane and Butterman do, and Thane is 2 off the very first ball he faces. Butterman 39 not out of a total of 239 for 6 as far as Essex are concerned, and a lead now of 163 after that partnership of 124 before Butterman and Adair came to a close in that over from Fionn Hand.
Graham Hume remains at the river end. He has 3 of the wickets in this Essex second innings. Tom Mays with 2, and Fionn Hand with the most recent wicket of Mark Adair for 85. It'll be Hume to bowl to Butterman, first ball of the over. Oh, and that's bounced up under the bat and just drops behind the stumps for one of these slips to come and collect.
Yeah, we were just looking at the bowling figures, and Hand will be relieved that he got a wicket because his 12 overs have gone for 92 so far.
Expensive.
So at least he has something in the positive column.
239 for 6, a lead of 163 for Essex. So Hume is in past the umpire to Butterman. Oh, and that's another big hit in the air, but this time it's not going to go all the way to the boundary. Is it going to be dropped? Oh, the fielder was underneath it. Tom Mays was watching it as it came down from the sky, hung in the air for a long old while, and that's a let-off for Will Butterman.
Yeah, you feel for Mays, it's one of those horror ones when the ball is up in the air for miles. You have to watch it over your shoulder, turn round at mid-on and hope that you're in the right place, which he was, which will make the drop more frustrating. He'd done everything right until the very last second.
So Battleman gets a single, 240 for 6. Thane on strike. Hume over the wicket. Oh, and that takes an edge. And that will go away all the way to the boundary for Noah Thane. Down past fine leg. But took a bottom edge and trickled away.
Yeah, a little bit of luck as far as Thane is concerned. He didn't get much in the second, but in the first innings, but he was comprehensively bowled in the end by Hand. It was a good delivery, and he'll be hoping though to just hang around a bit and show the boys what he can do.
Thane on strike again as Hume is in, and this time he's hit that one into the offside straight at the fielder at point.
Yeah, he'll feel better about that. That was nicely middled, although it was straight at the fielder. It was a nice looking and sounding shot.
Bit of applause in the field from Ireland. A few floppy sun hats on out there, shielding them from the sun here on Chelmsford on this bank holiday Sunday. As Hume is in to Thane. Again, he tries to drive that one, and it's picked out once more by the fielder for no run.
Yeah, it's a nice position for him to bat in. There's not masses of pressure currently. There is a lead of 160, so Essex have made a game of it. And now he has you would certainly think an hour or so before any possible declaration would occur to just play himself in and get a few runs.
Final ball of the Hume over to Thane. He just defends that one back down the pitch. No run. So Essex 244 for 6.
Another decent over from Hume. There was a boundary from it, but it was from a thick outside. It was a thick edge that went up to the boundary. So he'll be pretty pleased with his day's work today, as will Ireland. They'll need him to be firing on all cylinders at Lord's next week. But it's hot work out there for the fielding side, particularly with two youngsters looking to run whenever possible. We've got Will Buttleman, who's 23, Noah Thane, who's 18. Buttleman, who had a life on 39. When Mays couldn't cling on to the steepler. It will be Hand to continue from Hayes close end. Not rushing back to his mark, but eventually gets there. Rolls pretty quickly, but he was on it very quickly indeed, was Buttleman, to hit it just backward of square. It was a nice looking shot. They think about a second.
They're quick, but they're not that quick.
Yeah, that would have been cheeky as well. But you're right, it wasn't quite there. But a nice shot for one. But they have put the fine leg there for that shot, because we've seen a lot of these young Essex players looking for that particular gap backward of square. And now to Thane. And Thane helps that round via a glove, or maybe just a teeny bit of the bat. There was a shout of catch it, and certainly Lorcan Tucker gave it his best bet, diving over to his left hand side, but it was just wide of him. It'll be 4 runs to Thane. Not entirely convincing, but he won't mind. His total goes up to 10, so he's in double figures. A couple of edgy 4s. Hand is in again. Short, and this time, well, he sort of followed the ball without ever actually looking as if he was meaning to hit it on that occasion. He practices the shot again, the hook shot above the head, but on this occasion he didn't manage to nail it. Hand will be pretty pleased with his short delivery there. So he comes in again and then pitches up, as is often the way after an excellent bouncer. Try and catch the batter out by pitching it a much more Yorker length, but that is driven nicely and seen by the young man Thane, and that's played up to mid-off, and there is no run. Hand now not mucking around, racing in again, and that is short and bunted back past the bowler off the toe end of the bat. He was trying to actually play it out to mid-wicket, but actually managed to get the ball to go on the offside. As I say, in baseball it would be the bunt for the to just grab first base.
You know more about baseball than I do. I can't claim to have a lot of knowledge.
Oh, it's just, I like any sport where you've got a bat and a ball basically, so I don't know a lot about it, but I do enjoy it when I see it. If you ever get a chance to go to America and watch it, do. And that is played, and it will be another dot ball. That is the end of tidy over from Hand. There was the 4 that was desperately close to the wicket keeper, but his 13 overs have now gone for 97. 3 wickets for Hume. This has been an excellent performance, and he looks set to continue. A couple of wickets for Mays as well. He's bowled well in the second innings and has got 6 in the match so far in his first class match.
Graham Hume still bowling from the River End. The South African bowling to Buttleman, or that's high in the air, and that's been pulled away by Buttleman, and that has gone all the way for 6. He just caught it right. Didn't need too much on it, I don't think, but he's got it all the way, and that is the 250 up for Essex.
He was on that really quickly, wasn't he? And he was almost playing it off his face, and he managed to hit it into the hospitality boxes in impressive fashion.
Hopefully he hasn't interrupted anyone having a late lunch. Essex 255 for 6.
Well, it looks as if they might have a souvenir because the ball hasn't come back yet.
Yeah,
so,
well, I think we're going to have a look at
yes.
another ball.
Yeah, the box is being brought out for, I think this is certainly the 3rd ball in this innings and possibly the 4th. But after the ball was hit into the river by Buttleman, we needed to get another ball, and now he's hit it into the hospitality suites. Another ball is required as well. So racing through.
He'll be asked to go and fetch them.
Well, normally he'd have to do that, wouldn't he? 12th man or one of the youngsters. Off you go, get the ball, son.
We are ready to resume. Hume to Buttleman, who was coming forward on the front foot. It's up to mid-on for no run.
Yes, on 47. It's whether he'll be happy to do it in singles or will want the champagne movement. I think singles.
Yeah, I would advise him singles. I said when he first came to the crease, just wanted to see him be patient and stick around. And he has managed that, but he has been aggressive when he's needed to be at times as well. Will Bottomman on 47 as Hume is in. And he just uses the hands to play that nicely into the offside for a single. They thought about the second, but the fielder was on it. And they'll just take the 1 run.
I think that was the correct decision. The fielder coming in was making rapid ground and has an excellent arm. I think it's McCollum out there. And certainly the second run would have been a push, and it would have gone to the end that Buttleman would have been running to.
Now Thane on strike to Hume. And this one is dabbed into the offside. No run available that time as McCollum was racing in to field the ball.
We can't feel it in our commentary box, but it's interesting. There is quite a big breeze now coming across the ground, looking at the trees around the ground.
You can see the island flag over, well, the flag representing Cricket Island away to our right hand side, billowing in the breeze as Hume is into Thane. Thane just using the wrist to play that one into the offside for no run.
Now he's looking increasingly confident. In the first innings he looked a little overawed, both with bat and ball, but he bowled much better in the later on in the Ireland first innings, and also has looked much more assured this time round than he did on day one.
Now with Thane on 10, he's the man on strike as Hume is in to him, comes off the pads. They'll take the single, which will be a leg bite.
Yeah, there was a strangled appeal, but I don't think it was one of the probably might, should be out. That was definitely going down the leg side. So well run.
257 for 6. Are you going to do one more over, Guy, or are you making way for Paul Newton?
One more over, Paul
One more,
has told
he's
me.
given you one more over.
I've been given the nod for one.
He's spoken.
The skipper has said I can have another one, and it will be Andy McBride, the off spinner, who in the first innings bowled nearly all his overs from the Hayes close end. Did have a little burst this morning from the river end where he started well, but then got increasingly expensive. So it'd be interesting to see how he gets on in this as we have a quick look at the scorecard. And Adair's 85. Well, if there are some highlights around, go and find them. They're well worth watching. Buttleman, however, closing in on what would be his first class 50 if he can get there. I hope I haven't put the mockers on it. As McBride sees the ball driven back to him, no run. Just needs 2 more. And there's a thick edge, and there probably was a single there. It was Thane's call as the ball squirted past the slip fielder Paul Sterling, but Thane was a little slow in saying come on then, and so it will be Buttleman to stay on strike. Comes down the wicket and launches the spinner back over his head. We said, will he do it in singles or will he do it in boundaries? And I've gone early. It's Thane who's hit his first 6 of the match. Thank you, Paul.
You got overexcited.
I did get overexcited, as it was, in fact.
It was a shot we've seen Buttleman play.
Absolutely, I recognised it immediately, and then there is the lovely late dab that is the feature of these young Essex batters, and they have a single, and now it is a chance, a real chance for Will Buttleman to try and bring up his 50. There are 2 men back saying, come and have a go if you think you're hard enough, at long on and long off. There's 2 balls left in this McBride over, and this is just steered out to short third. There's no slip in, and he'll have to remain on 49 until the next over. Whereas Thane, will he try and pinch the strike? Keep the nerves jangling. McBride is in again, and Thane this time onto the back foot. Faster delivery from McBride, and he manages to turn it into mid-wicket, but there was never a run there. I am now going to say goodbye for a little while and leave you in the capable hands of Victoria and Paul.
Thank you very much, Guy. I'll be back with us a little bit later on here on BBC Essex via the BBC Sport website and on the live stream as well. And it is quite sunny here in the commentary box, very warm, but still some of the Ireland players with their pullovers on. So obviously not overheating out there on the field at the moment. Tom Mays is going to bowl from the river end, replacing Graham Hume. as they just sort out the ball. There was a bit of a discussion between the umpire and one of the Cricket Island staff. Welcome back, Paul.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Yes, these two beginning to do well here. For me, I said it when he was bowling, and I still stick to it when he's batting, that Noah Thane, for me, reminds me enormously of Graham Napier. And he can hit the ball with similar power as well. Going to be exciting watching him in the coming years. But one needed for a Buttleman 50.
Yes, and it is Tom Mays to bowl at Buttleman, who will get that 50 now. He's just dabbed that one into the offside. He's looking for 2. He will come back for 2. And the 23-year-old who was born in Chelmsford gets his maiden first-class half-century, and he receives a round of applause from those watching at the county ground.
I like to think that partnership of 124 that he shared with Mark Adair would have done him a lot of good. If he's taken it all in, it will help him grow up as a batsman, not be quite so early in his going on the attack, and he's played thoroughly well actually since Mark Adair seemed to calm him down, and well done to him.
Mays into Buttleman, who pulls this one away, and that has gone all the way into the crowd. I think it might have even gone over the pavilion as the umpire signals 6. He's showing no signs of slowing down, is Will Buttleman, as he leads the charge for Essex. And I think we'll need another new ball.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. He's long since played himself in. He's entitled to. He got a long hop, gave it exactly what he deserved. But where his career has not quite gone along the path he would have liked is sometimes he couldn't have helped it because he was put in early in T20 cricket and just told, have a swing at anything. But you still have to obey some of the rules of normal batsmanship, even when you're playing T20. And even the best of batsmen benefit from taking 2 or 3 deliveries, just to get their bearings. But that ball got what it deserved. But I did like the way in that partnership with Mark Adair that Will was prepared just to get a single off the first ball of each over and let the maestro that was Mark Adair, particularly in that half hour before lunch, let him face most of the bowling. And it was unselfish, but I think he'll have learnt a lot from the non-striker's end.
Yeah, Will Buttleman moves to 57, Essex 273 for 6, a lead of 197. And Buttleman on strike as Mays moves past the umpire, and again he pulls that, but I think it's going to drop safe and be collected by the fielder this time. Didn't get as much distance on the same shot that time out, but thankfully it landed on the ground before it got to the man out in the deep.
Yeah, now there is a lesson he really must learn, because I've seen it happen too often with him. He tried to repeat the 6 he just hit. Michael Pepper's another who needs to take this lesson. It's not the right thing to try and hit the same ball for another 6 next ball. They're waiting for you.
Mays into Thane, who also tries the shot with the bat up high. This time it's just through to the wicket-keeper for no run.
And in fairness to both these batsmen, if they seem a bit rash, maybe there's been a bit of a word in the dressing room saying, we want to actually to declare so that the top-order Irish batsmen can have a second innings here and set up a bit of a finish if possible. So in that case, it's fair enough. The current lead is 198.
Noah Thane on strike. Tom Mays in to the 18-year-old, and he gets a lovely amount of bat on that ball as it goes away for 6 runs. It's disappeared to where our view is obscured by the Tom Pearce stand away to our right-hand side, but dropped over the rope.
Wonderful shot, pure Graham Napier. I'm sorry to keep banging on about it, but you could literally, a decade ago, have been watching exactly the same shot hit to exactly the same square yard with the same lack of any real effort needed for it. And this young lad, like his counterpart, has got great strength. He's got strong, broad shoulders, and could be a terrific all-rounder, actually, because I quite like his bowling.
Tom Mays into Noah Thane, and this time he's cut the ball away for a single, fielded at backward point, and that will be the final ball of the over. Essex 281 for 6, Buttleman on 58 and Noah Thane on 24.
And there's a decent number again for the Essex membership here, thoroughly enjoying both the day in the sun And I think nothing excites your membership more than young players who've come through the academy, watching them develop. I had the great pleasure, for instance, back in the day of watching Graham Gooch develop. And the very first time I saw him, I went back home with a big smile on my face, and I said to my dad, I've just seen the greatest player I've ever seen for Essex. And I wasn't proved wrong. He, even in that embryonic stage, was just the most fabulous hitter of a cricket ball. Here comes McBride around the wicket from the Hayes close end, bowls single to Fane, just tapped to mid-wicket, score up to 282 for 6. But through his career, Graham never stopped working on it, thinking of new ways, and as I break in, as McBride is on his way in, bowls to Buttleman rather inelegantly ends up in a heap at the crease, but they can scoot through for something. I'm just waiting to see. I think there probably was a bit. No, it's a leg by, 282 for 6, may even be two. Yeah, it is. It's 283 for 6, and McBride is on his way again. Bowls, and that's beautifully picked up by Fane. And my word, this chap can't half a clock a cricket ball. Well, I never hit a 6 in my career, and I'm jolly envious of him, and not least because I put far more into it and still couldn't get near to reaching the boundary on the full, and he's just quite simply opened his arms out and got to the pitch. The ball, everything was right about it. You knew from the moment it left his bat it was going to be another 6 pennyworth, and 289 for 6 as the lead has long since raced past 200.
So much confidence in that shot as well. I think it was Guy who was mentioning earlier that in his first innings perhaps he looked a bit nervy and understandable, and his first class debut, Noah Thane, you would perhaps expect that to be the case, but oozing confidence with these shots now.
Yeah, it's a bit the same with the ball, wasn't it? Looked nervous first innings, bowled much better second, and I thought he bowled pretty well actually yesterday in very batsman-friendly conditions, let it be remembered, as he's now demonstrating with the bat. McBride bowls to him. He's checked the shot there, and that's probably very intelligent. He knew that he wasn't quite inside the line enough to give that the full 6 pennyworth, so he just changes his mind and plays it fairly sedately down to the man on the long-on fence, single. 290 for 6, and here's Buttleman with a very nicely engineered shot. Again, he changed his mind late on, and the nice little dab down to deep backward point brings him his 59th run, 291 for 6. This partnership now has raced past 50, and the two lads have played thoroughly well. McBride bowls, and that's a nice reverse, not exactly sweep actually, and it's gone all the way for 4. That's a terrific shot, sort of reverse pull, but that suggests too much energy put into the shot because it was played so nonchalantly with a total lack of effort. He's annoying me more with every time he hits the boundary. How do you do it, sir? 295 for 6 up on the board, but all joking apart, again, further evidence of the great work done at the Essex Academy, and again, you just hope that some of these players, the Buttlemans, the Thanes and the Jamal Richards, do get their chance, if nowhere else, at least in the 50-over competition. But I think they must also be letting some of the more seasoned players in the Essex line-up, they're giving them a bit of warning, if you don't watch yourself, I'm after you.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a discussion going on just in front of us between Tom Mays, the bowler, PJ Moore as well, probably talking about the fact that these two do look in a confident mood, as Buttleman just has to play that one a bit late, gets wide out to it, stretching, and he's done so because it's gone all the way to the deep backward point boundary for 4.
Lovely shot, and it sounds almost impossible that he's driven the ball to the deep backward point boundary, but he simply shaped the body in such a way, a wide delivery, got over the ball, and he actually played the ball as if he was on the drive there. Front foot, it's gone all the way down to the deep backward point boundary. Another lovely shot showing very good originality and ability to engineer a different shot. 63 to him.
299 for 6. Essex. Mays into Buttleman again with the cut, which will be chased through the covers and picked up for 2 runs, and that brings up the 300 for Essex, takes them on to 301. And there's another ripple of applause round the ground for that achievement with these 2 young Essex batters at the crease.
And the Buttleman should be sort of shown some film of the latest stages of his innings and told, he played beautifully, but you've got to stay in early to be still there when some easier bowling comes along.
Mays to Buttleman, that's wide, and it had Buttleman reaching for it. It's gone all the way along to the boundary, so 5 we'll go for byes.
Yeah, now that's a shame, that. I'm afraid that was sloppy cricket, that, and that wouldn't be a fair description of the way Ireland's players have played in this game. In the least, I think it rather slipped out of the bowler's hands, went very wide down offside. Wicketkeeper should really have stopped it, but didn't. First innings, apart from 4-leg byes, there was only one other extra in Essex's 343, and Ireland will be mindful they need to get back to those sort of levels of not giving anything away in the test next week.
Yeah, we saw Hand with the 5 wides earlier. Byes off of Mays as he gets one. Oh, he's bowled him.
He's actually caught behind.
Oh, caught behind, sorry. I just saw the ball flying in the air and his hand go up, but that is the end of Buttleman. Essex 305 for 7. So after that ball that had just slipped out of his hand and went away for the 4 byes, Mays gets the wicket on the next ball, caught by Tucker, and Buttleman has to go for 65.
Third wicket for Mays. Buttleman departs with flailing his bat in self-flagellation almost. Really, it was a poor shot. Now, I think they're sort of trying to just go for everything and see how much they can set Ireland. So I wouldn't want to be overcritical. I've been very pleased with the way he's played and the way he's disciplined himself. Lost it a little bit just in that over, as the bowler, I think, deliberately tempted him with wide deliveries, and that one he just stretched out as far as he could and obligingly dropped the ball straight into the wicket-keeper's gloves. But let's concentrate on the good points. If the end wasn't all it might have been, the innings was excellent and easily Buttleman's best, his first-class 50, and he'd owed much. I was just saying that if you want to face some of the buffet bowling later in an innings, then that's where you've earned it, by getting your head down earlier on and not taking chances too early. We have Jamal Richards coming to the crease now, who's I had the pleasure of meeting for the first time yesterday evening when I interviewed him after taking 5 for 96 on first-class debut, and he was utterly thrilled and had clearly thoroughly enjoyed himself, and it was great to see.
It will be Richards on strike as Mays comes in. Nice calm shot picked up in the covers for a single for Richards. And actually we said about whether Lorcan Tucker should have got to that rather wide delivery from Mays that went away for the 4 byes, but a word for him as well, caught behind there to get Buttleman. 2 other catches in this innings and a couple as well in the first, so doing good work behind the stumps.
Yes, he's had a good match with his 97 with the bat.
Mays into Thane, and he's swung and missed that one, and he has his eyes to the sky in disappointment. 306 for 7.
It was 6 all the way if he'd been playing down the line of the ball, but I don't think I've seen such an extravagant shot miss the ball by quite that big a margin. There's a good couple of feet away from it, but I'm liking the way he's playing nonetheless, because he's got 36 here. He's got licence to do what we know he can do, and heaven knows when he gets it right, the ball goes a heck of a long way, certainly a long way out of the ground. I'm also intrigued. What I've seen of Jamal Richards' batting so far has been thoroughly worth watching. He looks immensely well coached and correct. I hope he still goes for correct shots and doesn't sort of get out playing a cow shot. He's going to face McBride switching over the wicket to the right-hander from the Hayes close end, and certainly the 2 balls he's faced, he's played proper cricket shots too, and this one's a clip off the pads to mid-wicket for no run. 306 for 7, a lead of 230. Plane flies overhead. Brine has hit this one and lofted down to long off, but it takes at least 2 bounces to get down there, so it wasn't a risky shot. There's no conventional mid-off where he would have been caught had there been one, but I give the player the benefit of any possible doubt there. He knew exactly what he was doing. He moves up to 2, and now is saying he hasn't quite got hold of this, and he's caught for 36. He's holed out, but again, normally that would have gone for 6. I thought he was doing when he first hit it, but he didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball as well as he has been. But I think his captain will be very pleased with him, and the crowd certainly will be, because he's given them great entertainment. He's played some terrific shots. And okay, you always knew with Graham Napier that he's a man who lived dangerously. He's got 36 off 26 balls, but he's kept the game alive really, and at the same time that partnership for the 6th wicket put on, just working it out, 237 to 305, 68. So that certainly helped put Essex in strong enough position if they wish to declare and give Ireland's top order, particularly people like Harry Tector, a chance of getting another bat, because he didn't come off in the first innings. And this will all be pleasing. It may not matter to anyone whether, in fact, if there is an eventual declaration, or whether Essex are bowled out. It may not matter to anyone very much whether a target is reached, but I think the Ireland management would very understandably like the likes of Tector to have a second chance in the game.
Yeah, confirmation that was caught by PJ Moore off the bowling of Andy McBride, but yeah, very useful 36 from Noah Thane. Some lovely confidence in there with the shots he played. He's first professional 6, as Essex have tweeted, and yes, I think we've seen the potential that he shows for the future.
So it's 307 for 8, and you get the impression now that it's just a matter of not much time. I don't think these last 2 wickets are going to prod around for very long, if at all. McBride's in bowls, and there's the evidence of it. And that I thought might well be a stumping, but the batsman, having clearly at one point got out of his crease, managed to get back again. And so still 307 for 8. And just checking, it is Matthew Foster who's come to the crease, left-hander. Faces McBride, and pays this a little bit more respect, and plays it back to the bowler. But I think we could tell, in fact they declared. Poor old Jamal Richards, well, I don't know, he, in some ways you'd be quite happy that he's kept his average in the right direction. 2 not out. I'd have liked to have seen more of him, but you can't have everything, because I've never seen anything of Sane batting before, and very much like what I saw. So certainly I think this is good. I can tell from the applause in the background it's an applause not of just politeness but approval. It all means that Ireland will need 232. The declaration having come at 307 for 8. 232 will be a target. Well, we're in mid-afternoon here. Let's just check. We've got a minimum 52 overs remaining. Might have to dock off 2 between innings for that, but should we say minimum 50 unless told otherwise. And by the standards of this game, 4.5 and over, you know, as long as you don't sort of lose wickets in a great rush, the batting side would have to be favourites, I think.
Yes, I think we saw in the first innings for Ireland, although the 2 openers didn't stick around for long. Definitely there is batting a long way down this Ireland team, so it'd be interesting to see how they approach and we could be in for quite an exciting afternoon.
We could indeed, Victoria. I think we may as well knock it on the head just for another 8 minutes now. So if you care to rejoin us at 2:40 synchronised watches, it's now 2:32, and 2:32 seamless link. That's exactly what Ireland need for victory. Well done. Enjoyable. So welcome back everybody, it's Paul Newton here with Guy Swindles and later Victoria Polly. There's been an excellent declaration with Essex 307 for 8 declared, and it all means that Ireland, batting again in their second innings, need 232 to win in a minimum 50 overs. There's only about 4.5 and over, and on this batsman's paradise with a very attacking 4-slip field, my money would be heavily on Ireland to get there, but let's see what actually happens, as there's the first ball, a long way outside off stump, requiring no shot and getting none. And so it's Mark Adair who's opened the bowling here, and he batted absolutely beautifully for his 85, following an equally fine 62 in the first innings, nearly 150 in the match, and he bowled well in the first innings, so he's having a pretty good match here. I'd be very fascinated to see how he gets on in the test match next week, realising that it's a wholly different situation, but he's certainly a talented player. Reminds me of Ryan Tender-Scarter, as this ball goes through outside off stump and it moves away off the seam. It was too far outside off to tempt the batsman into an indiscretion. McCollum is currently on strike in partnership with Moore, and Ireland needing 232 to win in a minimum 50 overs, and 0-0 after 2, and you just fancy that this game could well be decided in the 48th of the 50 overs with a 6-wicket victory for Ireland, would be my guess. But what do I know, as is the next delivery? And well, he's getting closer to obliging the batsman to play a shot, but on this occasion Mark Adair, though bowling much closer to off stump, still didn't require James McCollum to address the ball, and it remains 0-0.
Which is a bit of a shame, because there are now 5 slips for him. No gully, but 5 slips. So it's obviously that's where they feel the damage can be done.
Yeah, I think they're probably right. The only hope from the bowling side's point of view is to get early wickets. And now the batsman does have to play, and they'll get 2 runs through mid-wicket. McCollum off the mark thereby. 4 balls gone. Target 232, minimum overs 50, 2 for no wicket.
Feel a bit for Jamal Richards. He'll presumably be taking the new ball from the river end, and he is virtually on his own on the leg side at mid-on, so he's going to be having to do quite a lot of running, I think, in between his bowling stint as well in that fielding position.
Well, he has the advantage that he and I met for the first time yesterday evening. I like to think I inspired him. But anyway, that may be asking a little bit too much. We'll see. Here is Adair in. Bowls, and that's a ball that rises outside off stump, and batsman will have nothing to do with that.
He must have been pretty good man to talk to after his 5 wickets.
Yes, he was. Now, it doesn't always follow, because you do find some academy prospects who are a little bit shy and speak in very short answers. But he just said, when I said, you must be thrilled with that, he said, oh yeah, man. Yeah. he lived it. He beamed all over his face.
Fantastic.
And, just a delight. Here is the last ball of the over. That's nicely clipped off the pads. 3 runs here are possible. They may settle for 2. They're certainly running the second one vigorously. Will they take 1 for the throw? The answer is yes. So indeed there are 3 runs, and 5 of them to Ireland, and they're all to the credit of James McCollum there, who faced the entire over. PJ Moore hasn't had to face a delivery yet. So even with an over in which 4 of the 6 deliveries were left, Ireland are ahead of the target here, because they need about roughly 4.5 and over, and there they are at 5 for no wicket after 1 over. And I tell you, I wouldn't, if I had to have a bat, and I'm far too old for it now, have been for many decades now, but this would be a sort of pitch where I think, well, I think that's going to be as good as I'm likely to get. The ball's really coming onto the bat. Meanwhile, we're seeing Jamal Richards measure his run-up out in that way. Some bowlers do, where they just put 1 foot right next to the other in terms of placing it immediately on the next little foot of ground. And he doesn't take an overlong run-up, which I think is good.
Now, interesting to see how he goes. Bowled very well in his first 2 spells in the first innings. Ended up with that 5 for, as we discussed, and immediately is on the money, on or around the top of off stump. And the first shot from McCollum is a respectful defensive shot back to the bowler, who flings it to mid-wicket.
One thing I rather liked about Richard's answers yesterday. When I said to him, you know, ultimately your goal must be to get into the championship side, and he said, even if I'm just part of the squad and I don't get on there, I would love to be with those guys, you know. And I thought, what a great answer.
Great attitude as he's in again, and if he carries on in this vein, though on this occasion he just strays onto leg stump. It was a very clever, good shot, because it was more middle and leg than leg, but it was just very cleverly worked with his wrists round the corner for 4 by McCollum, who will be pleased with that. But the ball continuing to come on to the bat. It'd be interesting to see if Richards can get a little bit of movement. Both he and his opening partner Adair, certainly in the first innings, managed to do that, but they weren't bowling in the middle of the afternoon, which has been the batting paradise period as far as most people come. And that comes off a thick inside edge and squirts out to square leg. They will manage to take a couple before Thane can close it down and get the ball in, but that was more by luck than good judgment.
Yes, it's interesting that the sort of original 4-slip field has been replaced by one where the 4th slip goes to leg gully. Both sides have employed this tactic. Man at 60 rather than 45 degrees maybe there, fairly narrow.
Well, let's see whether he will play a part in this over. Jamal Richards is in again, and that's a really decent ball that had the batter hopping, as it was a little quicker than he was expecting, and went through just under chest height through to the wicket-keeper. And decent delivery on that occasion from Jamal Richards, and he can find these sudden explosive deliveries just to keep the batter honest.
Like to see him get the next one up in the block hole. He's just been a little bit shorter than ideal for me so far, and I do like to see him give the ball a bit more of a chance.
Well, let's see if he listens to you. Richards in again, and that's driven beautifully. He did actually pitch it up as requested,
but just too far outside off stump.
That turned it into a wideish half volley that was punched through the covers very nicely for 3. And Ireland made a very bright start in their chase for the 232 they need for victory.
Yeah, I mean, you would expect a little explosion of runs with 4 men taken out in the slip cordon, be it a 3 and a 1 or all 4 on the offside. But my word, the ball doesn't have to come onto the bat here. You only have to just have a bit of timing and push at the ball, and it just goes either to the boundary or so close to it you can pick up at least 3. There is no margin for error for the bowler out there.
No, there isn't currently. Certainly we saw with the Essex second innings, it was largely about batters towards the back end getting themselves out in the run chase,
yeah,
rather than the bowlers necessarily getting them out with a good delivery. However, earlier on in the innings it was a different story. Let's see whether these opening pair can do the same. This time again it's played out nicely by McCollum into the leg side. The ball is hurled back to the wicket-keeper, who actually drops it for a minute and nearly puts poor old George Dockrell under a bit of pressure as the ball bounces off his gloves, but he survives. There is a tap of gloves between Thane and Buttleman. That is the end of Jamal Richards' over. He gets some applause, but after 2 overs, Ireland have raced to 14 without loss, and McCollum has all 14 of them, and Moore is about to face his first ball.
Yes, I mean, if we look at the fate of openers in this game, for Essex, Brown and Rymel between them have scored 11 and 21, and come back to that as the new over begins, and that's clipped off the pads down to Jamal Richards. Moore off the mark with a single from the first ball he's received, and the score moves along to 15 for no wicket. So Nick Brown got 11 and 21, Josh Rymel 21 and 5, and for Ireland, McCollum in the first innings 6 and Moore 37. So not the happiest of stories for an opening batsman these days, and of course we're seeing increasingly and a number of times when a team's second five outscore a team's top order five. That's becoming a commonplace. As Mark Adair is in, bowls to McCollum. Sorry, to Moore, and then plays this down to mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, I think with the rise of the bowlers who can bat so much better than they used to, and the fact that with this ball this season, after the first 20 or 30 overs, batting suddenly becomes considerably easier. That might be part of the reason why we're seeing the tail wag so convincingly this in 2023.
Yep. Adair, once again from the Hayes close end, down a slight slope. Bowls to Moore, who clips it off the pads, and 2 runs a certainty, and I don't think there'll be a third here. They'll just settle for the 2. Didn't have quite the carry on it that a very similar shot to that one accrued in the previous over when they did get 3. This time the score moves along with 2 to 17, and it's still the case, in fact, that McCollum has, in fact, he's got 15 and more too. So
interesting, they've just put a short mid-wicket in because several players in this match have played that clip into the leg side uppishly.
Yeah, good point. It's a tactic that has been used to just break in because Adair's already on his way, and bowls to Moore, take it on the pad. There is no run there. Yes, that I've seen the likes of Paul Pritchard and Tom Wesley, the current Essex skipper, both of whom were terrifically strong into that mid-wicket area. But it can also be your undoing. And I've seen Tom Wesley on more than one occasion, and Paul Pritchard before him, just hold out to a clip off the pads where the ball was only ever about 6 inches off the ground. But it's been so well timed that it stayed at that length off the ground, and duly caught by the fielder put there for that reason. As ball slips away now, Adair is in bowls. Good delivery. Keeps a bit low, well negotiated by PJ Moore. 17 for no wicket. Target 232 and a minimum of 50 overs. And we're just in the 3rd over of this attempt. I think, as far as I know, that T will be at 340. I think it is in this game rather than monkeying around.
There aren't a set number of overs you have to bowl first.
No. So we're about three quarters of an hour away from tea interval. Could be a long final session. This next ball is driven for 4. Then again, it may not be a long final session because if it's going to be like that, minimum backlift. Wasn't a bad delivery at all, just slightly over pitch, just a bit too much width, and get the bat down on the ball, no great force needed. If you beat mid off, it's 4 all day long, and very nicely demonstrated as Moore moves up to 6. McCollum will have the strike at the start of over number 4, and in 3 overs, needing 232 and a minimum 50, Ireland have moved along to 21 for no wicket.
That was lovely timing by Moore. It was over pitch, but you could tell by the fielder's reaction, who wasn't very far away from the ball at mid-off as it sped past him, that he immediately knew he was on for the long ramble up to the boundary and get the ball, because it certainly wasn't going to stop before it reached there. Jamal Richards, though. From the river end, right arm over. Nice bounce. And in the end, McCollum has to get up on his toes and punch it out to extra cover.
Yes, one thing that we've sort of lacked in this game from the fielding point of view is a gang of really noisy school children sitting on the boundary edge, ready to throw the ball back and save the fieldsman. You know, a sort of 120-yard return trip.
Yes, the more people sort of happily basking in the sun and having a pint. So rather than the busy school children, as that is a busy delivery from Jamal Archer that is left, but was certainly pacey, and you can see from where the wicket-keeper took the ball that had plenty of carry on it from Jamal Archer. Jamal, I'd keep saying that now you've pointed it out to me. Jamal Richards.
Yes, it's a fascinating concept, Jamal Archer.
I know. I kept hearing the name as I drove home last night and trying to get it out of my head. But Richards is bowling away from us here in our commentary box at the river end, and he does his own fielding from the forward defensive shot onto the leg side, and this has been a tidy over. Rather than trying to bounce his way into wickets, he is just bowling just short of a length on or around off stump and keeping the batter honest.
Rob White, the umpire, just drawing Richard's attention to a tendency perhaps to follow through onto the pitch a bit.
We'll watch out for that, because we don't want to see his spell curtailed by a warning.
I'm sure he'll be all right, and he didn't make a big deal of it, Rob White. So, but I think just a
gentle reminder.
Yeah, a gentle reminder, exactly. 21 for no wicket, another 211 needed, and I have to say I will be surprised if Ireland don't reach this total quite comfortably.
Well, Jamal Richards is doing his level best in this over to just put the brake on the scoring rate a touch. He is yet to concede a run. That usually means that the next ball goes for 4. On this occasion it will only go for 2, but punched nicely off the back foot through the cover area, and the 5 slips are now down to 3 as gradually Essex come to the realisation that those thick edges that they were hoping for are looking less and less likely.
We haven't really seen one at all, have we, so far? And no, it's different matter if it were 11 o'clock in the morning after a rather misty night, but it isn't, I'm afraid. It's very much a great time to bat. Dick Davis, my BBC Essex colleague, and I often say 3 o'clock in the afternoon, best time of the day to bat.
As Richards in once again, and that's allowed to go through to the wicket-keeper. There are just a couple of runs from that over. Richards interestingly turned around after he'd finished delivering the ball to see where his run had ended up, so he was aware that it had been suggested to him that don't run too much on the pitch, Jamal, and he was just making sure he had adjusted his run up accordingly. Good tidy over, just a couple from it. 23 without loss now. Ireland in pursuit of that 2-3-2 to win. Nice batting so far from McCullum, who's moved on to 17, and Moore, who is 6 not out.
Was a good over. All you can really hope to do is what he did, and that's keep the runs down. He pitched the ball up a little bit more in that over and didn't give the batsman the room for manoeuvre of the first over he bowled. So this is the 5th over of the innings of a minimum 50, and there's going to be, I would think, a single from the first ball, played to wide mid-on, and batsman rather carelessly immediately set back for a second and had misjudged it. Fortunately, his partner had already made up his mind that it was just going to be a single, and Moore was the man who was advising McCullum to stay where he was. So just a single. 24 for no wicket at the start of the 5th. Target 232. It looks pretty approachable from here. And next ball off the pad, leg by. 25 for no wicket, and certainly it's going to take something quite remarkable, I think, for Ireland to have too much difficulty here. One of the main interests will be whether they stick to the original batting order or whether they might promote Harry Tector.
Yes, well, the thing is, they all need... he will be batting at 4 because Graham Hume only came in there as night watchman on day 1. Balbirnie was out for a duck, so he needs batting practice, so I think they'll probably keep him at 4.
Ball outside off stump, no need for a shot, none essayed, and they score at 25 for none halfway through the 5th over with 4 slips, backward point. One of the heroes of the match, Robin Dass, at that backward point position, 132, but just the 32 in the second innings. But even so, it was a very spectacularly played 32.
164 very pleasing runs to have witnessed in this match from Robin Dass.
He'd have taken that before a ball was bowled, as Adair is in bowls. Moore plays the ball defensively out to Dass, and once again there will be no run, and score 25 for no wicket, further 207 needed.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it? He's now got a first-class average of over 80. So maybe he won't want to be selected for the first team. He'll just keep his place in the Wisden with this first-class average of 80.
But let's hope he does rather better than that, actually.
I agree.
Adair comes in and bowls to Moore, who plays this gracefully into the offside for a single. And it's 20... In fact, he's gone all the way for 4. My apologies, I imagine there was a fielder there because he set off so slowly, but that's because he could see that there wasn't, and he's just stroked the ball square on the offside, picked up a boundary without really having to open his shoulders at all. 29 for no wicket, and he moves up to 11.
Yes, it just had to get past poor Robin Das, and it was off. Now, one of those, interestingly, that shot has seen the slip cordon go down to 3 and Thane go out to extra cover.
Adair bowls, bouncer, good one as well. Very well negotiated by PJ Moore. Just keeps his eye on the ball, averts the head, and the over ends with the score at 29 for no wicket. So 5 overs gone, and already, without really having to make any significant effort at all, this opening pair have Ireland well on course for making 232 and a minimum 50 overs at just a tad over 4.5 and over.
Yeah, of course, they will be able to spread the field if they so require later, if they are worried about playing for the draw. I don't think they will be madly. Archer is to continue from the river end,
Or even
Richards. I'm just going to go mad doing this, and that is a little inside edge onto the pads and nicely bowled from Jamal Richards, and that was certainly a points victory as far as the bowler was concerned. Again, that nice length, just fractionally short of a length on or around off stump. And as we've seen from the greats of the England bowling years, if you do that, you'll pick up wickets regularly through your career. If you can move it a little as well, so much the better. And that's a good Yorker length delivery that is dug out, but not altogether comfortably by McCullum. And 2 decent balls to start this over.
very much so. That's a beauty. Batsman just got down in the nick of time.
Jamal Richards keeping the ball well polished as he gets ready back to his mark. 3 slips now, and that's flicked away off the leg stump, but there is a man out at deep squarish fine leg, and the ball is played directly to him, so there was only ever a single. And just looking around, the breeze is still blowing, which means that there is something to keep the players and most of the crowd cool in this bright sunshine. No breeze blowing in our commentary box at the moment.
No, there isn't, and it's because it's sort of coming off the North Sea, the breeze that there is, and we're protected from that here. So on the coldish day, you're very glad of that fact, and on a hot one, you wish you were getting the breeze.
Richards, who's bowled well this over, he's bowled well the last couple of overs. Up on his toes though, and that's punched nicely by Moore, and he finds the gap between the 2 fielders out on the offside, who then we have a bit of a ricket by one of the fielders who was trying to flick the ball back, and in fact only actually managed to flick it forward, but gets away with it on this occasion as Josh Rymel, because Ishan Kali had been backing him up and keeps them down to a couple.
Yes, the temperature is rising all the time out there now, not the least point being that the thin veil of white cloud that we had this morning, acting like a lace curtain above, it's dissipating now. We're seeing more and more proper blue sky.
Yes, the curtains have been drawn above us as Richards goes away again, and that's driven nicely, but not timed properly, and Richards can grab the ball high above his head.
Yes, pleased to see that Richards is pitching the ball up much more than he did at times yesterday, and again at the start of his spell today. I think it's the right course of action, and make the short one the surprise ball.
Yeah, The old trick by bowl 5 the same and then 1 different. Richards in again, runs in at express pace and delivers pretty briskly as well. That's flicked away in the end to the leg side, and they go through for a single, and a tidy over again. 4 runs from it.
No ball.
Oh, it's a no ball, so there's 5 runs from it and another ball. So suddenly a less tidy over from Jamal Richards.
I'm always fascinated to see what happens off the extra ball. There are times in T20 cricket where it, costs you literally your victory, and then you end up in defeat because those wayward oversteps have given the batsman the extra ball from which a boundary often accrues.
Let's see if that is the case. Oh, and Richards, lovely delivery, full into the pads. I think there was a little tickle of an inside edge, but a really good response by Jamal Richards, having bowled that no ball. And like you, usually the 7th ball, if it's there's been a no ball in the over, is clattered away for 4. No chance of that happening. Just the 5 off the over though. 34 without loss, so the target is now down below 200. Another 198 required for victory for Ireland, with McCullum on 18 and Moore, who's catching him up now on 40.
Paul Newton here with Guy Swindles, and at the end of this over I'll make way for Victoria Polly to rejoin Guy. 34 for none in 6 overs, well above the required rate. Mark Adair begins. New over, Moore plays it into the covers. Fane fields, and score remaining at 34 for no wicket. With the highlights of the day, well, Das went very early for 32, and after Camper went for 20 and Dockwell for 26, splendid 124-run partnership between the very spectacular Mark Adair with 85 and the very encouraging Will Buttleman with 65, his maiden first-class 50. Noah Thane, a very entertaining Napier-like 36 were the highlights. And that ball goes down leg side, no need for the batsman to play a shot. And it all meant that Essex, in their second innings, trailing by 76 on first, declared at 307 for 8 in mid-afternoon, setting Ireland. 232 in a minimum 50 overs would have to be said a more than generous declaration, because trying to bowl at under 5 and over on this pitch really does place enormous demands on bowlers and fielders alike. I don't think it can be done. Adair's in and bowls, and that's a leave from Moore, and the score is 34 for no wicket. And to show you the extent of the task for the Essex 11 here is that in the very first over, bowled by Mark Adair, no shot was attempted at 4 of the 6 deliveries, but still 5 runs came from the over altogether when only a shade over 4.5 were needed. So it does just show you that really, if you just survive out there, you'll almost certainly reach the target. Adair is in, bowls, and that ball's just stabbed a little into the offside for a single, as Thane again does the fielding in the covers. And the score, this pair of Essex bowlers are doing pretty well at the moment to keep the run rate down. 34 for none in the 6th over, but it was rather the case yesterday in the first innings that once the 2 of them had to be given a rest, nobody else really offered the same threat.
Yes, no, you're right, that's when the damage was started. But they're even bowling as well as they are. Their current run rate's over 5.
And this one, anything but where the batsman intended, but it's that sort of pitch where even your mistakes give you profit. And aiming it through the covers, it ends up at backward square leg for Jamal Richards to keep it down to 2. And the score to 36 for no wicket. The bowler will feel aggrieved, but that's it, I'm afraid. This is a delightful pitch to bat on, not so much for the bowlers.
Absolutely right. And also, I think this period of the day, the ball doesn't do quite as much as it does first thing as well. So these two who moved it away from the bowl bats as well.
Next ball is short outside off stump, very well stopped, or that would have been 4 more by Robin Das at backward point, as Moore just needed to have got it a yard either side of the fieldsman there. End of the over, good one because only 2 runs came from it, but after 7 overs, needing 232 in a minimum 50, Ireland are cruising along at 36 for no wicket, and Victoria will come in and join Guy.
Yes, Das, I'm not sure how, it was a great stop and he stopped 4 runs, but largely at the expense of his right hand currently, which he is clutching carefully, and everyone's coming across to give him the little tap on the hand to say well done for that excellent piece of fielding, and he's having to fend them off and just tap them with the left hand, whether that is the correct hand or not. But he now makes his way over to point on the other side of the pitch, and it will be Jamal Richards to continue from the river end. This will be the 4th over of his current spell, and that's pitched up, as Paul would have been pleased to see, driven up to mid-on, not entirely where he was aiming it, but it was all along the ground and he got quite a lot of it, and it will be a dot ball though, because it was straight to the fielder. And after bowling a little bit shorter earlier on, he certainly is pitching it up that bit more now. Richards just trying to make the ball do something. There's still 3 slips there. I'm not entirely sure how used they're going to be. That's a good leave by the batter, because the ball was jagging back in on that occasion from Richards, but McCullum, with his foot just outside off stump, knew where his off stump was and happy to let it go through to the wicketkeeper, who took it near a leg stump behind. Such was the way the ball jagged back from Richards.
Essex need a wicket to make this, well, an exciting finish.
No, I agree with you, Victoria. Well, Jamal Richards summoned up 5 of them in the first innings. Can he get any to join that in the second? That's another decent delivery with a bit of carry, but just wide enough of off stump that McCullum could leave it quite easily. James McCullum. I wonder if he ever gets confused with a jazz pianist of a similar name.
Very niche topic of knowledge there, Guy.
Well, and Radio 2 DJ,
Wow.
Jamie McCullum.
Yes.
As Richards is in again, and that's played most respectfully out into the offside. There is no run, and Richards is bowling very intelligently at the moment. He knows that wicket taking deliveries are few and far between on this wicket at the moment, so he has to try the patience of the batters, which he's doing at the moment by just peppering that off stump at a good length and just making life complicated enough for the batters. That's allowed to go through. Just had a little too much width on it on that occasion, but this is a good over thus far from Richards. 5 balls. This could be, I'm not going to say it, I'll say it afterwards if it remains runless. But Jamal Richards from this river end, this has been a very tidy over, whatever happens on the last delivery. Richards in once again, and that is a very good delivery, and there's a shout for LBW. I think, looking at the pain that the batsman is in currently, it might have been a bit higher than the leg where he was hit, because he has been hit, as it was admirably christened once, the amidships, and that hurt. We saw one of the Essex batters hit in a similar place earlier today. But that is a maiden from Jamal Richards, but there will be a moment of recovery for the unfortunate batter who had to wear that. But at the moment the score remains on 36 without loss. We've had 8 overs, so they're still on course. 4.5 is the required run rate, and 4.7 the required run rate. It's currently 4.5. And that is the first maiden of the innings. Richards has the figures of 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 16. And McCullum is 18 not out, Moore 16 not out, of a total of 36 without loss.
Yeah, looks in a deal of pain, doesn't he? While the backroom staff come on and try and help. We might have a little bit of a stoppage here. Let me tell you what's going on elsewhere. T20 Blast happening at the moment. Surrey on 92 for 3 against the Sussex Sharks. Durham have beaten Yorkshire, and the Sunrisers are in action as well. Both Guy and I know the Sunrisers well. Women's regional team who play some of their home games here at Essex. They get underway at 3:30 against the Northern Diamonds at Headingley, still looking for a win in the Charlotte Edwards Cup this season. They haven't won in that competition since 2021. They have got Dane van Niekerk as part of their squad, the former South Africa captain for the competition.
Yes, I'm up to Northamptonshire on Wednesday for their next fixture in the competition, so looking forward to that.
Fingers crossed they can get a result. I think we might be a bit closer to getting back underway. McCullum dusted himself off.
Yes, that would have taken a little time to recover from that particular blow. But to recover he has now, by the looks of things. He's just readjusting clothing, putting the helmet back on. That was the end of the over, so it will be Adair now bowling to PJ Moore.
Mark Adair from the Hayes Close end. Had a lovely walk round while I was having a little break.
Oh, excellent.
Did you spot what I came back with?
I saw a small pot of something white with possibly a flake or similar sticking out of it.
I did. I had a tub with a double flake.
Excellent. Now, was it one of the bad flakes that are being made in Egypt, or one of the new flakes that doesn't fall apart that's from somewhere else, and I can't remember where?
Well, it had a certain degree of flakiness, as you would expect. I can't say I noticed anything different, but I have seen those reports you mentioned. As Adair is into Moore, who just dabs that one down into the offside for no run.
Yeah, I was quite surprised that made quite such a major news story that the flake was considered below par currently.
They flake, that's what they do. That's the
Yes,
point.
it's kind of in the name. Isn't it?
Yes, the clue is there. I think I was a bit greedy though, because I went for a medium over a small, and I don't think I needed that.
Oh, it's a hot day.
As Adair is into Moore, he's missed that one, just whisker wide of the bat that was protruding forward. It's through to Buttleman with the gloves. Ireland 36 without loss.
Definite play and a miss, and we haven't seen many of those so far in this match, and we haven't seen Adair manage to move make the ball just move away from the batter as often as we did in the first innings in the second, but on that occasion that was an absolute beauty.
Third ball of the over, 2 dots already as Adair is into Moore, who just lifts the bat out of the way and leaves that one through to Buttleman. Moore in the first innings for Ireland, making 37. Adair was the man to get his wicket.
Yeah, caught in the slips on that occasion. He was doing well though, Moore, because wickets were tumbling around him. The first 4 fell rapidly. He was the 5th out when the score was 65, of which he'd made 37. So it was a proper gritty opening innings.
In comes Adair to Moore once again. Oh, and that takes an edge, but it's into the pitch and out into the leg side for no run.
He's also an international wicketkeeper. He kept for Zimbabwe before switching to Ireland, but he is not first choice in that position in the current Ireland team.
Now, we were talking on commentary on Friday about how he was mentored by Grant Flower, a name very well known around these parts.
Absolutely, who turned him into the batter he is now. I was reading about that. Interesting.
So 4 dots in this over from Mark Adair, bowling for Essex to Moore. He digs that one out into the offside, up to mid-off for no run.
Yeah, that's 11 balls on the trot without a run so far, which is a good fight back by these two. You would have thought batting would be easier and getting quicker, but that doesn't seem to be the case at the moment. They have changed their line of attack a bit. There are certainly less short balls than there were in the first 3 or 4 overs from both Adair and from Richards.
So final ball of the over. Moore, who is on 16, remains on strike. And in comes Adair past the umpire, and Moore will not get some runs off this one. It's driven up to mid-on for no run. He thought about taking the single, but in the end sent back to his crease, and it remains Essex, Island 36 without loss.
Yeah, consecutive maidens. Nice stop out there by Ishan Kelly, who will be hoping probably to bowl a little more than he did in the first innings. He was just given the 6 overs then. He hasn't really had a chance to shine as much as some of the other Essex youngsters in this match. We've seen a 5-fer from Jamal Richards, a century from Robin Dass, a half century from Will Buttleman, and a decent knock and some wickets for Noah Thane as well.
And you were...
There we go. There we go. And who is first changed from the river end? It is Ishan Kelly.
Gets his headband on ready as how you know that he's about to come on to bowl. Once we get underway in this over, I'll read you an email from Barry. He's got a couple of grumbles he wants to get off his chest.
Yes, well, Barry, grumble away. We look forward to them. Ishan Kelly. Right arm over the wicket and right on the money as far as length and line is concerned, and it's just a forward defensive from McCullum, no run.
So Barry says, why is it that a lot of batters, when they're dismissed, have adopted the pose of carrying the bat, holding the blade rather than the handle? Shirts aren't tucked in from many players too. I'm old school but not miserable. Excellent commentary. Best wishes from Barry.
Well, we need to find out. Why don't you swish your bat under your arm as was prescribed for several decades of cricket? Yes, it seems rather casual to go off just holding the blade, doesn't it? As Kelly comes in once again and hits the batter on the pads, but it was going down leg, but it was still a little quicker than McCullum was expecting. It was on him faster, and there was no bat involved, hence the slightly strangled and in the end retracted cry for LBW. Jamal Richards does some polishing and waits for Kelly to take his place. The other one was the shirt's not tucked in. Yes, I don't know. I'm less worried about untucked shirts, but the bat I get, and that is allowed to go through outside off stump, straight through to the wicket keeper.
bbcessexcricket@gmail.com if you want to add to that conversation, or if you would like to get in touch about anything else.
Yes, what do you feel about the untucked shirt and its rolling
It's like
cricket?
the same with football, isn't it? You don't see a lot of tucked in shirts these days.
No. Just looking around now to see who has got a shirt actually tucked in as the ball is now dispatched down the leg side. There is a man down there at deep fine, and we'll keep them down to a single, but that is the first run for certainly 2.5 overs. So I think we had 15 runless balls before that one. And there is a slightly soporific feeling to the game at the moment. It's hot. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's day 3. But for the likes of Ishan Kelly, what an opportunity. That is flicked off the toes, but excellent fielding by Thane at mid-wicket, who gets applause from his wicket keeper. Quite rightly, Will Buttleman. And it's another dot ball.
It would be really nice for him to get a wicket, like you were saying about the other debutants and their achievements during this match.
Yeah, Josh Rymal will probably feel he's missed out slightly as well, with 21 and just 5 in the second innings. As Kelly is in once again. That's down the leg side, but he gets away with it. I think he was surprised at a hit-me ball on that occasion, the batter, and it was Moore, who missed out. He therefore will remain on 16, 19 to McCullum. There was just one off the over, 37 without loss. Certainly Essex have stemmed the early bleeding in these last few overs, and this is a good performance by them. McCullum, after rattling on and run a ball early on, is now 19 from, is it 35?
Yes, I think they don't want to just hand this to Ireland. They will want to make a bit of a game with it. Just watching Ishan Kali feeling his right knee as he walked away there. I don't know whether that was just a sort of exaggerated from falling over, or just to show why that might not have been the best ball to finish his over, but he looked in some discomfort. Got a change of bowling at the Hayes close end into McCullum. It's away into the leg side. It's Curtis Camphor, I think.
It is.
It is, yes. Getting to know these Irish guests playing for the Essex side now. I'm familiar with them over the past 3 days.
I'm really going to be intrigued now on Thursday morning as to which 11 Ireland pick, having seen the 15 on offer so far. You feel there are some difficult decisions to make?
In is Camphor to McCullum, just coming forward and having that one into the offside for no run. Yes, I'm fully invested now in the Ireland team, and I was saying to Don Topley on the first day, I had the opportunity to go on Thursday or Friday to the test, but unfortunately I wasn't able to get the time off work.
No!
So my dad is going without me.
Couldn't you just have coughed? Sorry, don't think I can make it today. Lost my voice.
In comes Camphor to McCullum. He tries to turn that one around the corner, doesn't catch it, and it's through to Buttleman for no run. Yes, unfortunately not able to be there, and I do enjoy our yearly trip to Lords for the test, but my mum gets to go instead, so it's a nice day out for them.
Good. No, Buttleman just he didn't catch it either, because it's obviously hit him on the right hand, right arm somewhere, and he's just shaking the arms and doing a little bit of jogging and just getting himself back into the place he needs to be. But yes, I think that smarted when it hit him, but he seems to be largely over it now.
Yeah, gloves are back on for Will Bustleman as in comes Curtis. Camphor hits McCullum on the pads, big appeal goes up, and umpire not interested.
Yeah, I think that's another. I now want to see the replay of that one, because the initial reaction was that was pretty close, but as we've mentioned before in commentary, we haven't seen an LBW decision given since day one. I think that was very adjacent indeed, and that Curtis Camphor can feel a little hard done by.
All dots so far in this over as Camphor is in again. McCullum tries to flick that one round the corner down the leg side. It's collected by Buttleman.
No, it's an interesting one, because I guess they could have said, if anyone's out LBW, let them bat on. But if they do that, then it's no longer a first-class fixture. So they had to come to some sort of arrangement. But it does seem terribly unfair on the bowlers, because now Camphor, who I think has been responsible for at least 2 of those. I'll shut up for a second.
Camphor is into McCullum, and this time he does manage to clip that one into the leg side. Round comes Cali to field off of the boundary, and they get back for 2 runs. So they do manage to add to the total on the final ball of the over. 39 without loss are Ireland.
Yeah, because while McCullum, it's good that he gets batting practice and ahead of the test match, it does seem a little unfair on Curtis Camphor, who would probably have had 2 or 3 wickets more in this match if it had been given, which would make his figures look better going into the test match. However, he now has still wicketless in this innings. He's only bowled the 1 over, but you do feel a bit that he bowled 11 overs, 1 for 45 in the first innings, and that won't look so good on paper when they're actually deciding on the team on Thursday morning. But one man who won't be troubling the selectors that morning will be Ishan Kali. He's looking to trouble the selectors for the Essex first 11 by putting in a good bowling performance here. Just waiting for Thane to make his way out to deep mid-wicket, hence the delay. And now Callie is on his way. Does tuck the batter up, who does well to flick the ball out onto the leg side, but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, I think Ishan Kali will probably be someone we would be more likely to see at this stage in the One-Day Cup rather than the T20. Essex very strong when it comes to the bowling in the T20. Maybe perhaps someone like Jamal Richards and Robin Das, as featured previously, would be a part of the Blast squad.
And that's down the leg side, but Ishan Kali misses out, but it was a no ball, as he just put a little bit of extra effort into that. You could see he was trying to just bowl that one a little bit faster, but he lost control of the front foot, and the ball was also down the leg side, so it will be an extra delivery. And I know it is a great shame for 50 over cricket that it is in the shadow of the 100 these days, and a lot of players are not available for counties, but it does give some younger players an opportunity, which is a positive to take from that. Callie is in once again, and that's a very good slower ball after trying to bowl almost too fast last time, but it is another no ball. Well, that's a much better delivery, but it will have to be bowled again.
Yeah, he just needs to have a bit of a reset here. Maybe some words of wisdom from one of the more experienced members of the team. And like you say, going back to the One Day Cup, yeah, real opportunity for some of the younger players. Luke Benkenstein was the name to come out of the Essex squad last year.
Well, he put his run back a little. Now, that's an interesting one. Did he get any glove on that? I'm trying to see what the signal is, and I think he's given runs.
Yeah.
So that was very close indeed to the wicket-keeper. I hesitate to call it a chance, but it wasn't far away. We just watch it again now. It does seem to be a glove or bat, and he just can't reach it, diving to his left-hand side on this occasion, Buttleman. But that was half a chance for Essex. But instead it's 4 more runs. I don't think it was a no ball as well, so I think we just had the 2. Yes, and it was 4 off the bat, so you could see why Callie looked slightly peeved after he saw it go for 4, and that's again on or around middle stump and flicked off into deep mid-wicket area where Thane is there. Got a good arm on him. 18 years old. I think there was one stage, was it last summer, when he got 400s for whichever various Essex teams he was representing, whether it was under 18 or the second 11, so someone very excited about.
Yes, that's the runs that have earned him the rookie contract for this summer.
In once again is Callie, and that is played defensively into the offside. There is no run. The tea interval is approaching. There'll certainly be 1 more over, possibly 2 if they rush through the next one. But we haven't seen much rushing through the overs at this stage of the match.
And of course this is an extended over as well, so
yeah, true.
It's going to add to the time.
Callie in again in an interesting over, and that is just played up to mid-off. Jamal Richards runs in and does the fielding, and still this over goes on because of those no balls early on. But he's bowled pretty tidily. Half a chance as well on that strangle down the leg side, but the ball just evaded the diving wicket-keeper. And Ishan Kali, nice rhythmic run. Bowls at a medium fast rather than fast medium, and that is played defensively out into the covers. That's the end of an extended over, from which 7 runs were eventually forthcoming. The score has gone up to 46 without loss. McCullum and Moore are both on 21 apiece, and I think something like 186 are still needed for victory, with my very poor eyesight.
Yes, you are correct. 186 to win.
Poor eyesight and poor maths. They're going to keep Curtis Camphor on.
It looks as though it will be Curtis Camphor for could potentially be the final over before tea. As he just arranges his field. 2 slips. As Camphor is in from the Hayes close end to Moore. Moore tries to flick that one away into the leg side. But Buttleman is across as it ends up behind the stumps.
How many overs have we got left today? Do we know?
The minimum remaining 37.
Oh, right, okay. So it's going to be quite a long session afterwards in this Island dash to victory.
In comes Camphor to Moore, and this time it's edged into the offside for no run.
Nicely bowled, squared him up a little bit on that occasion. But in the end, the soft hands made sure that the ball was played out in a comfortable manner into the point area, no run.
46 without loss are Island, McCullum on 21, as is Moore, who is the man on strike and waiting as Camphor runs in. And again he tries to flick that one round. The bowler is appealing, saying Moore got something on that, but no one else is interested, and Buttleman was down to make sure it didn't go any further anyway.
Yes, Buttleman did have a little look across there to his skipper, Nick Brown, at first slip. He stood there stoically throughout both innings so far, but Brown said no. I think that was pretty sure that was off his boot or leg.
Moore does a bit of gardening and assumes position as Camphor comes in for his 4th ball of his over. And he gets again more in a bit of a tangle. Wasn't sure where that had ended up. Just drops into the offside and is collected and passed back around towards the bowler.
A little bit lucky on that occasion, got an inside edge, but it went onto the pads rather than anywhere more dangerous, but I'm not sure Moore knew exactly where it had ended up.
Four dot balls so far in this Curtis Camphor over. In again, and that's driven back straight past the bowler down the ground by Moore. It will be saved on the boundary by Jamal Richards, and they'll come back for 2.
Yeah, it's the one person, if you don't want to see herring after the ball, because he's by some distance the quickest fielder in either team, and he dragged that one back most impressively to keep them down to 2. Good shot for 2.
Yeah, lovely straight drive from PJ Moore, who moves on to 23. Island 48 without loss, just those 2 runs off the over so far, as we have the final ball from Camphor, and that's just pushed back down the track by Moore, and that will be the last ball before tea. So Island go in at tea 48 without loss, requiring 184 to win.
Yes, from 37 overs. So it's going to be interesting to see whether they can keep going. They'll need to keep going at about 5 and over if they're to win that. McCullum and Moore, though, have given them a good steady base from which to attack from. And this is by some way the highest opening partnership of the match so far. So well played, these 2.
Yes, so the players will go off and take tea, and we will have a break as well. So if you join us again at 4 o'clock, we will take you through the final session of the day.
There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, outstanding waiting for you. Enjoy yourself, with friends old and new. Explore with us, there's stunning lands to see. Enjoy yourself, James Best Value at Sea. Enjoy yourself, named Best Value at Sea.
Enjoy yourself on a premium value cruise. Enjoy yourself. We're the one to choose.
Endless fun. There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Outstanding waiting for you. Enjoy yourself with friends old and new. Explore with us. There's stunning lands to see. Enjoy yourself. James Best Value at Sea. Enjoy yourself.
us fun. There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, outstanding waiting for you. Enjoy yourself, with friends old and new. Explore with us, there's stunning lights to see. Enjoy yourself, named best value at sea. Enjoy yourself, named best value at sea.
48 for no wicket with a target of 232 and a minimum of 50. There are a minimum 37 overs remaining in which to get a further 184 runs, and I think that's going to be a bit of a cakewalk, Victoria.
Yes, it's still a lovely day for the final session here at Chelmsford.
Hottest weather of the match.
It is, and there is still a fair few people enjoying it on the Tom Pearce upper, but Essex was starting to stem the flow of runs to a degree before tea. An expensive over from Ishan Kali, but they just haven't been able to take the wickets. George Dockrell's going to come on to bowl though for the first over after tea.
Yeah, to show you how Essex have managed to peg back the scoring rate after 6 overs. The score was 34 for no wicket. So in 7 overs since, only a further 14 at a miserly 2 and over have been conceded. So that's a good effort under a blazing sun. And this morning we had some high white cloud masking the sun, but that's gone, certainly in the bit immediately overhead. And this is now a bit of a scorcher. I think we can raise the temperature to about 23 now.
And as ever, Paul has got a shirt that matches the weather.
Yes,
on,
it's
nice and bright and blue.
The old Hawaiian job. And I do find them a very good buy, actually, because they're very comfortable to wear. You don't need to iron them. They always come out, you know, the way they should do. And remarkably, good value for money as well, you know.
Ticks all the boxes.
Exactly right, yeah.
So George Dockrell will bowl from the river end. He took 1 wicket for 86 in the first innings, and it was that important wicket of Lorcan Tucker, who was dismissed for 97, that he got out. Right now, though, it's the openers James McCullum and PJ Moore who are batting for Ireland. McCullum on strike as Dockrell comes in for his first ball, and they'll take a quick single off of it to move on to 49.
Yes, I imagine the view from the balcony from an Ireland point of view will be they'll be delighted if these two can get a 50 each, because they didn't get many in the first innings, and then I think they'll want the heavy brigade to arrive and win the match.
It is Moore on strike. The left-handed Dockrell is in. Pushing forward is Moore, who is on 23.
Good solid player. Ireland will certainly be looking for their openers to negotiate the Jimmy Anderson, Stuart Broad end of things, if indeed Anderson plays.
Dockrell is in, and coming forward again was Moore. He misses, and the ball drops safe, but a few oohs and ahs in the Essex field.
Yeah, I think it's generally anticipated that Anderson won't play in this game because he's, you know, just got a slight injury question mark, and I think England will take the view that they want to check that he's all right. But yeah, poor old Lorcan Tucker is down on all fours again.
It's Will Buttleman.
Oh, sorry, it's Buttleman, of course it is. I'm totally getting my sides mixed up here, which isn't difficult, I have to say. You do wonder who's playing for which side. My apologies, and thank you for putting me right. And Buttleman, yeah, he looks as if he's got it somewhere painful as well, but he's be pretty pleased with his day after his very good knock of 65 and a 124-run partnership with Mark Adair, who made 85.
Yeah, he took a blow to the hand earlier on at the river end, and now I wonder if it's the same hand that is causing him a bit of pain. He is back up and ready, standing up behind the stumps to Dockrell, who's ready to bowl at Moore. Dockrell is in, and again Moore will just push that one back down to the bowler, his usual Irish teammate.
Memories of an extraordinary first game of the season, which we'll come back to at the end of this over in 2019.
Just the single off of the first ball in this over so far, as Dockrell is in to Moore, again just pushing forwards. It's fielded at mid-off by Jamal Richards. He's got the towel in the back of his trousers. .49 without loss. In comes Dockrell, and that's up in the air from Moore, and that will bounce, I think, over the ropes. Yes, it will be. It will be 6 off of the final ball of Dockrell's over. Patient from PJ Moore. That brings up the 50 for Ireland, and they are 55 without loss.
232 the target in a minimum 50 overs, and we've now had 14 here. And going back to that game I was mentioning, Essex were champions in 2019, but they lost the first game at the Ageas Bowl very heavily indeed by 200 and odd runs. But the game was sort of most remembered for the fact that each side had 3 wicket keepers in the game. They all went down like 9 pins, and Will Buttleman was one of those who was hastily smuggled in from fields afar. Michael Pepper was another replacement. Adam Wheater was the one who first went down, and similarly Hampshire suffered similar casualties. So we're going to see play resume as Camper comes in from the Hayes close end, and that one possibly just nicking the pad on its way through to the wicket-keeper Will Buttleman, and there's no run. 55 for no wicket, further 175 runs needed for victory, 177. And Curtis Camper off quite a long run up for the pacey bowls at from the Hayes close end. 2 slips. Good straight approach bowls, and that ball bang on the money. Not much more you can do actually than just bowl it in the right place here. It's not going to do anything to help you. And as I think we observed earlier, the only likely wickets to fall will be batsman errors. And if there aren't any batsman errors, no wickets are going to fall.
Talking of the T20 blast, Surrey and Sussex in action at the moment. Surrey 148 all out. So Sussex will be chasing that when they get underway in their innings.
Interesting there, as here at, they're going for a quick single straight to mid-wicket, but they make it safely enough. 56 for no wicket. And we have 22 to McCullum and 29 to Moore.
Ravi Bopara with 3 wickets, by the way. And in the Sunrisers game in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, Northern Diamonds are 75 for 2, and they've got 10 overs left of their innings.
Nice memories of Ravi Bopara. He really was a real asset in the side, not just for his batting either, as this one keeps a little bit low, and this time the single to mid-wicket is declined, and score remaining at 56 without loss. So you would think Ireland hold all the aces here, because we have a further 35 overs after this one, and they have to go at around about 5 and over. The bowlers have done well to peg it back a little bit in the period up to the tea interval. Camper bowls, and this ball's flicked away off the pads, just a single, down to long leg, and County Fields, and score to 57 for no wicket. Three days of gorgeous weather here, in sharp contrast to all that had gone before it during 6 county championship matches. Camper in. bowls. And the ball's just run to backward point. The batsman thought there was a run there. He was disabused of that thought by his partner, PJ Moore, and so dot ball to end a tidy over. Not one that in any way, shape or form suggested a wicket was going to fall, but all you can do in the circs is just keep it tight. Camphor did, and 57 for no wicket with 30 to Moore and 23 to McCollum as we're rudely interrupted by yet another motorcycle going by behind us.
Yes, it was rather loud. It's hard to believe, isn't it, with the weather that we've had over the past 3 days, that so much of Essex's county championship season so far had been disrupted in one way or another by rain. In some cases has helped their cause when it's come to a draw, in other cases has been a frustration that they've lost time in that sense, as Dockrell is in 2 more, who turns that one into the leg side for no run.
No, absolutely right. I think probably it helped Essex in the home draw with Lancashire, but hindered them when they were in a good position against Surrey.
Exactly. But they've got the break now for a couple of weeks for the run of T20 Blast games, starting on Tuesday here at Chelmsford against Gloucestershire. As Dockrell is into Moore, who drives that one up to mid-on, and they'll take the single. And we should have good weather for the rest of the week and for those games on Tuesday and Friday at Chelmsford, and Thursday as well, when Paul will be on the road with Essex.
Yes, I certainly hope so. I'd love to get my car mended first.
Yes.
But, yeah, I hope so. And so often the trip to Hove is accompanied by great weather.
Dockrell to McCullum, who tries to flick that one away, and short leg Robin Dass under the helmet gets down to it and stops any further damage. Ireland at 58 without loss.
Essex certainly have had the better of things at Hove in recent years.
Dockrell to McCullum, down on the knee and sweeping into the offside to take the single. Still got his pullover on in the nice weather.
Yes, I must admit, I'm a little surprised that anyone would still want to pull over on out there in the heat of the sun, but maybe it's partly to protect themselves from sunburn.
Yeah, maybe there's a bit more of a breeze as well than we think, as Dockrell is in to Moore, and that's a lovely shot again down on the knee, sweeping for 6 is the Irish opener PJ Moore to add to the Ireland score.
Been one of those games where just when you think someone's purely concentrated on defence, one of the Irish batsmen will launch out and you say, you know what I was saying about them being purely preoccupied defence, because they're all very, very capable hitters, 6 hitters. They're all powerfully built, or most of them anyway, and although PJ Moore wouldn't be one of the more powerfully built ones, he picked that up beautifully. Hitting sixes can be just as much about timing as brute strength, and that was an example of the former, beautifully played. And at one point McCollum had all 15 runs on the board that had been scored at the start of this innings, but now Moore has completely overtaken him, 37 to 24.
Ireland 65. No wickets for Essex in this Ireland second innings, and it's George Dockrell, the Ireland guest, playing for Essex, into Moore. He drives that one up to mid-off for a single, keeping things moving along for his side. And 9 off that over, 66 without loss. McCullum 24 and Moore 38.
And I think the Ireland dressing room has every right to think, God, we haven't half choreographed this match brilliantly, because obviously there have been special arrangements for the game, and but everything's working out so that the just about every player you want to get some decent practice will have had it. I think perhaps more than anything, the two who you could say most need a decent time at the crease here would be Andrew Balbirnie, the skipper, and Harry Tector. So Curtis Camphor in from the Hayes close end, runs back towards us and bowls, and it's beautifully clipped off the pads. Moore is playing thoroughly well out there, waited for it, and just timed it nicely off the pads. Just a regulation single to long leg, and scored a 67 for no wicket, and he has 39.
Yes, from an Ireland point of view, it's about making sure they are prepared as possible for the start of the test with England on Thursday.
I think Guy made an excellent point before tea that picking the eventual 11 for Thursday is going to take quite a while, I would have thought, as this ball's clipped to mid-wicket. First of all, you've got the question of the balance of the side. But then, you know, there have been one or two players from this game who've had a really good game, who may not have been first in the sorts of the selectors before a ball was bowled. One or two who, like the two I've mentioned, although obviously Balbirnie will play, but I think they would pick Tector anyway, but they would have been happier had those two had rather more time in the middle. Ooh, very nearly a wicket there, as it was McCollum who just left that very late indeed. It was an off-cutter, and he just came down to get a thick inside edge into the onside. There's no run. Came down in the nick of time. 67 for no wicket.
Yeah, lots of oohs and that hands on the head of the captain Nick Brown at first slip as well.
165 more needed, with a minimum of 33 overs after this one. Ooh, and that was far too close to the shot played there from McCollum. He probably doesn't need me to tell him that. And he stands, I think, in self-chastisement with his bat held in an unusual position behind his back. And the ball cut back a little bit, but he was going for a shot that the ball wasn't right for, to back cut it. And fortunately didn't get an edge. Here comes Camphor again. Bowls, and again the bowler beats the batsman, and bearing in mind that in company with at least 3 or 4 other bowlers in this game, Camp has every reason to feel that he had a couple absolutely plumb LBW that weren't given, because generally it looks as if the umpires are under an agreement not to give people out early on if they can avoid it, so that the players can get as much practice as possible. He's also bowled some jaffers in this over alone that haven't brought their reward. And here he is bowling, and that's just slightly over pitched and is disappearing to the cover boundary. Beautifully put away. Lovely cover. Not so much a drive as just a push through the covers. 71 for no wicket. And I think Camphor will depart into the distance feeling particularly aggrieved at his fortunes in that over, which until that last ball was a very good one, and wasn't as if the last ball was a rank bad delivery, but it was just sufficiently over pitch for the ball to be punched away to the boundary. 71 for no wicket after 16 overs. A further 161 are required in a minimum of 33.
Yeah, a couple of brilliant balls, as you say, in that over from Camphor, and Essex on the whole have been keeping things tight, but they just need to crank up the pressure with balls like that. But then if you do then overpitch it, you will get punished, as Camphor did on that final ball of his over. George Dockrell to continue from the river end into Moore, who drives that one, and in comes Cally from long off to field while the batters take the single.
Yes, I mean, what little luck there is out there isn't going the bowler's way. And this is what you tend to find in, when things are very much in favour of batsmen, that even when they make a mistake, they tend to get away with it more than not, whereas the reverse is true in a bowler-friendly pitch.
Ireland 71 on the scoreboard as Dockrell is in to McCullum, who dabs that one into the offside, and it's that running down towards the boundary, but there is a fielder in close attendance, and they will just take the single.
2 runs.
Oh, 2
actually,
runs, sorry, yeah. McCullum back on strike, 74.
Well, it really is pretty easy if you play your cards right out there to score quite a few runs on this. Doesn't mean we haven't seen some very high quality batting.
As Dockrell is into McCullum, again gets low to it into the offside, and this time does just take the single to bring PJ Moore back onto strike. 75.
I have to say, with a good forecast around for the foreseeable future, I have the feeling Ireland would, if given the choice, would have preferred what are regarded as typical English conditions, with a fair amount of seam movement early on. I don't think they're going to get that.
Dockrell into Moore, and that comes off the edge, and Das was down to it at short leg. Didn't carry to him, but again, a little bit more pressure from the Essex bowling.
Yes, it's not that they bowled badly at all, they haven't.
An ultimate ball of Dockrell's over. Again, Moore is pushing forward. He just pushed that one back towards the bowler Dockrell, and yes, that was part of the reason Ireland decided to play their one-day international match against Bangladesh here in Chelmsford. One of the reasons was the conditions and how like that would be to Ireland, as this is driven by Moore, but it's well stopped by the fielder tumbling away to the left-hand side of the bowler, and that will be the end of the over. Ireland 75 without loss.
Good start. 167 more needed in a minimum 32 overs. It's just above 5 and over, but with all the wickets in hand and all the time in the world to play the ball not doing anything at all. I think there are probably as many as half a dozen still to come in the batting order for Ireland, who could each, if things go their way, make this target look eminently reachable. I think it will go down to fairly close to the wire. I was predicting sort of 48th over at the outset. That may not be that far away. Camphor is in from the Hayes close end, bowls whipped off the pad, single, 2 mid-wicket, or just behind square leg actually, and 76 for no wicket. And that is a run to McCollum, goes up to 32.
156 to win.
PJ Moore just checking his guard, about to face Camphor. Made a very good 40 not out, played pretty well in the first innings, 77 in the match so far. Peel for LBW, I thought I might have heard a double sound there. Inside edge, wait and see if there is a single of a leg by. There is actually, so I was wrong to think that, but right to think it wouldn't be given out. Nothing else has been the 2 days I've been here, and 77 for no wicket with a leg by.
Curtis Camphor's got his hands on his head. He's smiling at the umpire as he walks back to his mark.
Yes, you could almost hear him saying to umpire Black, "Excuse me, sir, but I just don't like you." He's had so many turned down. Here he comes again, up from the Hayes close end. Bowls, and McCollum whips it away to mid-wicket. Straight to the fieldsman, so there'll be no run there as Thane fields, and score remaining 77 for no wicket with a further 155 needed. Playing it very sensibly and very capably, the Irish opening pair. But Camphor, to be fair, has come close to getting a breakthrough 3 or 4 times in this spell since tea. And he comes in to try again. As another emergency vehicle screams its way past us in the background, or foreground even, as ball's returned to the bowler, and there is no run. 77 for no wicket, 32 to McCollum, 40 to Moore. We've got a minimum 31 overs after this one, and it should be a bit of a breeze for the Ireland team. Oh, another motorbike on the way. And this ball is punched out to the covers, fielded by Jamal Richards, who'd no sooner got to the crease in the Essex innings than the declaration came, leaving him on 2 not out. I was looking forward to seeing him bat for a bit, but sadly it was a very little bit. Couple of singles. Camphor, top of his run, comes in from the Hayes close end bowls, and that's another good delivery which traps the batsman probably in front, but I think it would have faded down leg side, and I think by this stage Camphor knows that any appeal is going to be wasted on the ears of these 2 umpires, and therefore he declines. Good over, as he's bowled very well since tea. 77 for no wicket in 19. The actual rate being scored is 4 and over, almost exactly. And they need to raise it to above 5 and over now to get to this target of 232. But they've got a minimum 31 further overs to do it in.
For McCullum, who's just limped away after being wrapped by that ball. He's just flexing the left leg. He'll be the non-striker. It is PJ Moore waiting for Dockrell from the river end. In comes Dockrell, and it's swept away for 4 runs by PJ Moore, who timed that one well, and there was no one out in the deep to stop that ball running away to the boundary.
Yeah, I'm afraid the ball rather asked for it. It was the length wasn't too bad, but it was outside leg stump, and Moore watched it carefully onto the bat, connected well. He moves up to 44.81 for no wicket.
So 4 off the first ball of George Dockrell's over. In he comes again to PJ Moore, who was pushing forward. It took an edge and again it's trickled down to the fine leg boundary, and it will be another 4 runs.
Yeah, these runs suddenly beginning to flow again. 85 for no wicket now. It's under 150 further runs needed. 147, and Moore moves to within 2 over 50.
85 without loss. So PJ Moore, as Paul says, on 48 on strike to Dockrell. Third ball of the over. 2 fours so far. I'll push that one forward, and it will just go into the offside for no run. Patient shot from PJ Moore. Dockrell to Moore again. Again, he's just coming forward and in no hurry, patiently pushing it back. And Moore will hold on to the strike, having got 2 fours and 2 dot balls so far in this over. In comes Dockrell to Moore, this time on the back foot. Up it jumps at him, and Dockrell's got his hands on his face. Wondering how close that one was.
Yeah, but I think it won't do him a lot of good here. I don't think the luck's going to go with the batting at all. It's not doing anything.
The final ball of George Dockrell's over into Moore, and again it's worked into the offside. He won't get any runs as reward for that one, and Ireland will finish that over on a 85 without loss, 147 to win.
So it's looking more and more inevitable, really, the result of this game. We did say that the most probable result was a draw at one stage, but actually that generous declaration at 307 for 8 from Essex has, I'm not saying that Ireland wouldn't necessarily have taken the last 2 wickets quickly, but it certainly smoothed the path and made what already looked fairly inevitable even more inevitable. Camphor will continue, and rightly so. He's really taken the eye with a fine spell since tea, and he's on his way now in and bowls, and that ball, 4 runs, just beautiful shot from McCullum, stretching forward, getting to the pitch of the ball, head over the ball, straight through the covers, copybook stuff. 89 for no wicket, 36 to McCullum.
Yes, so much pace on that, just watching the replay, no chance of stopping that one.
So, as yet another motorcycle annoys us in the background, in comes Camphor and bowls, and this ball is just dropped into the offside. Richards enthusiastically closes on it at cover and makes sure there is no single. And standard of fielding in the game's been pretty good. There haven't been many bad errors in situations where obviously the weather's been hot and sunny, and that runs have been easy to come by, so credit to the fieldsmen. Credit to the umpires for standing out there in hot temperatures. And this is black and white. And here's a nice shot that won't produce a run as it goes straight to mid-off. McCullum, the man on strike, on 36, 48 to PJ Moore. 89 for no wicket, target 232. And at the end of this over, there'll still be a further minimum 28. And here comes Camper again with 2 slips and a short mid-wicket. That's way down leg side, nicely taken by Buttleman, leaping to his left. And loose delivery, that one from Camper. 89 for none. So, T20 action beginning on Tuesday, just 48 hours away, almost literally, as Essex take on Gloucestershire here. And 2 days later they're at Hove, and the next day they're back here. As this ball is played to mid-on and there's no run. And 2 days after that they're at Taunton, that's a Sunday week. And then there's a game here on the Tuesday. And then the merry-go-round starts again with a game on the Wednesday at Canterbury and on the Friday at Cardiff.
You'll be able to hear it all via the BBC Sport website and app, as well as BBC Essex digital radio.
Great news as Camper, with the evening shadows beginning to gather, bowls, and that's sat up and begged, and the batsman didn't disappoint. A rather poor delivery, a bit of a long hop. That bowler probably getting a bit tired. He's bowled really well without luck, and that is 4 runs of anybody's money. Takes the score to 93 for no wicket. And just checking whether that was Wood who played that shot. If so, he's reached his 50. No, in fact, it's McCollum. My apologies. And so McCollum has 40, Wood 48, and there's every chance that Wood will get to his 50 in this next over from George Dockrell.
Yep, I will finish with this George Dockrell over before I make way for Guy Swindles to come back in. I think we might be dragging him away from the final day of the Premier League season by the noises coming from the back of the commentary box. With PJ Moore will be on strike to George Dockrell. On 48 is PJ Moore. Ireland 93 without loss. In comes Dockrell, and that will be flicked away into the offside by Moore, and this should be at least 2. Yeah, it will be fielded on the boundary by Cally, but that will be the 50 for PJ Moore. A valuable half-century in the build-up to the one-off test at Lord's for Ireland, starting on Thursday.
Well, as I say, this has all been splendidly choreographed and just what Ireland would have wanted.
63 balls, Moore's 50 came in, 5 4s and 2 6s. In comes Dockrell to Moore again, and this time it's over Jamal Richards, who was diving in the field, and that's gone away for 4 runs.
Yeah, hit very fiercely. Wasn't far off a catch, and no one could have done more to reach it than Richards, but he couldn't. And that 99 for no wicket now. 54 to Moore.
Moore to stay on strike against Dockrell. This time on the back foot, it's past short leg, and this time Jamal Richards doesn't have to do anything too athletic or acrobatic to just pick up that ball and return it to Dockrell, the bowler. 99 without loss for Ireland. In comes Dockrell to Moore, who swept that one in the air. It will drop in front of the fielder who was running in off the square leg boundary.
Yeah, no chance of a catch there.
That's the 100 up for Ireland as well, but more applause around the ground with that single.
Yes, Moore playing really well here, 55 not out.
2 balls to come from the Dockrell over. Just the single slip in for the Irish spinner. McCullum is facing. McCullum pushes that one into the offside. There's a quick throw in from the fielder, but they will get the single. Moves on to 101. McCullum moves on to 41. Moore back on strike with 55.
And all of a sudden, we're not that far from being halfway to the target here. Well inside half the overs it could be.
Busy motorcycles today as Dockrell is in to Moore, and he's edged it. There was a dive at short leg. but Das won't get there, and that will be the end of the over. So I will make way for Guy Swindles and leave you with Paul Newton.
Thank you very much, Victoria Polly there. Be back with us in half an hour. Always assuming that the match isn't over by then, but I think that's going to take too much doing to finish it in half an hour, but I'm pretty sure that the Ireland boys will record a victory before the game is through with its minimum 50 overs, which they were set 232, and at the moment we have had 22 of those overs, 101 for no wicket, so in 28 further overs they need a mere 131, and they've got all 10 wickets in hand, as Jamal Richards is going to switch to the Hayes close end. Welcome back to Guy Swindles.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, your prediction that Ireland should coast to this. I thought there might be a few early wickets and just a few roadblocks on the way, but not at the moment.
Richards is in. Bowls down leg side. We get a strange appeal from Nick Brown, who looks even more in consternation that nobody else seems very keen to join in with him in the appeal. Didn't hit anything as far as I could see. 101 for no wicket.
Yes, he must have heard something, mustn't he? Because he was certainly quick to question the umpire. Was that a strangle down the leg side? But neither the wicketkeeper nor the bowler looked remotely interested.
No, I think the wicketkeeper was the key one. I think he'd have been all over it if he knew that he'd edged it. Richards again, in from the Hayes close end. Slip in the gully. It's a lovely shot, but it won't produce a run. On drive, push drive from McCullum, who has 41. No run there. 55 to his partner, PJ Moore. 101 for no wicket, target 232, and we're only in the 23rd of a minimum 50 overs, and I'm sure Ireland have got everything properly weighed up here.
Yes, I think Harry Tector and Andrew Balbirnie wouldn't mind a little bat at some stage, but certainly the pressure will be off when they do come on.
Richards bowls, played toward mid-on, mid-wicket runs across and intercepts, and score remaining at 101 for no wicket. Good start to the spell from Richards. No run conceded off 3, but it's kind of like the last throw of the dice, you feel this?
Absolutely, and Richards, at the end of his first spell, after an expensive first couple of overs, his next 2 was a maiden, and I think 2 came off the other one. He's beginning to bowl really tidily and smartly.
Bowls again, and that's pitched right up. Very good delivery indeed. McCollum plays it back, and a sprawling Richards fields to his own bowling. 101 for no wicket. Yes, good spirit shown by Richards here, because it's tough work under a hot sun when you know that absolutely everything, including LBW decisions, against you here.
Indeed, yes, it's caught or bowled or possibly run out.
Yes. Don't think there'll be a stumping off him unless the wicketkeeper stands up. Richards bowled. Oh, a nasty one. Climbs off a length and very well handled by the batsman, literally, because it hit him on the hand that was holding the bat. But McCullum has made nothing of it, but he did very well that didn't sort of go off the bat handle and fly up into the air. Probably it's one of those things, it's just hit something in the pitch that I don't think the bowler could deliberately have expected the ball to do what it actually did.
No, there was a rather marked bit of gardening by the batter to suggest that there was something in the wicket that shouldn't be there.
Richards is in and bowls to McCullum. Leaves this, it's another decent delivery, but the batsman not to be tempted, about 3 inches outside off stump. So a good maiden over there from Richards to restore a little bit of control, a little bit of order. 101 for no wicket, further 131 needed off now, a minimum 27 further overs.
Well, it will be George Dockrell to continue. I have to say I wouldn't like to be a spinner much on this pitch. We've seen several bowlers try and get a bit of control bowling spin, but in the end the likes of Andy McBride, who got some wickets but was expensive, and you just feel for them he took 1 for 50 in the second innings, and in the first innings as well he was expensive with 2 for 98 from 14, and it is certainly a tough wicket to get any real turn on, and the batters seem to like it. On this occasion, though, it's fired in by the left arm round the wicket, Dockrell, and taking a large stride forward is Moore to play the forward defensive.
Yes, you really have to buy your wickets here to have any chance, and not sure you'll be getting much value for money either.
Yes, and we've seen that. I'm not quite sure even how they'd buy them, because unless they miss-hit, as we have seen from a couple, and that's driven up to Ishan Kali, who hasn't taken off his bandana yet, so he's obviously expecting to have another run in at some stage, but he keeps them down to just the single. Moore on 56, McCullum now on the strike, 41 not out, and because he's going a little bit slower, Ishan Kali comes in somewhat at mid-off from long off. Dockrell's round, and the attempted ramp only comes off the pad, I think, over his shoulder. There was a big shout by the bowler for LBW. It must be like slightly Pavlovian response, I think, from the bowlers, because they know the LBW shout is going to be worth pretty much nothing, but they can't stop themselves doing it.
No, that's right. Maybe they just want to prove that there really was no way you could get an LBW shout.
That bowling left arm round, though, you are making it tough to get the ball to straighten enough
Yes.
to get an easy LBW decision without Hawkeye evidence. And that's fired in a little bit quicker and just flicked round the corner very nicely indeed. I think that the man in at short leg would have been interested for a second or two, but in the end it was really nicely played. They run through for a couple. It is poor old Robin Das who is in gun alley there, just in at short leg off the bowling of Dockrell. He took one yesterday from a fully middled full toss, a pull shot, but luckily survived, and now he's moving to leg slip for Moore. And Dockrell now left arm round the wicket, and that's swung away. Has he got the legs? I think it certainly has. I think the fingers are going to go up again, and so they do. And that is into the pavilion. Absolutely magnificent way to finish the over from Moore. He moves on to 58. We just watched this again on the screen, and he spotted it, he saw it, and he picked it, and it flew miles into the pavilion. Now, will they need to bring out the box of balls, or will the original return? Looks as if the original has come back on this occasion. We have lost a couple already today. The score races on to 111 without loss. Moore moves on to 64. McCullum is on 42.
Well, he's got 100 basically here, awaiting him more. If he plays his cards right, he's taken no risk at all in this innings. Played quite beautifully, and the Irish lads just getting a drink. Who can blame them? While they sort out a new ball.
Having just been outside, I can understand the jumpers, though. If you're not in our protection, there is a brisk breeze that is still blowing across the ground, and not the warmest of brisk breezes, so there is some demand for a second layer.
So Jamal Richards preparing to resume from the Hayes close end, bowled a maiden over, which is an achievement in itself on this, in his first over of this particular spell. 111 for none for the 121 needed. We're sort of at the mark where we're about to see the halfway over. This will be 25th of minimum 50, and I think we can take it that minimum 50 will be 50 and no more. And this one hits McCullum on the pad, retrieved by Dockrell from mid-wicket. There's no run.
Again, he surprised the batsman with the pace.
Yeah.
As he has done throughout. I think he had one slightly loose spell in the first innings where they clambered into him a bit and he bowled a bit too short, but I've been really impressed with him in this second innings despite not getting any help from the ball or the pitch.
Richards is in, bowls, and that ball is pleasantly driven for 4. Through the covers, Fieldsman might just have got half a hand to it, but makes no odds. 4 runs it is. It was just outside off stump, nicely pitched up. Very inviting for McCollum, who wasn't going to be missing that opportunity. He's made 46 out of 115 for no wicket. We're almost at halfway to the target here.
Yeah, probably still worth Jabal Richards looking at that length, maybe
Yes.
slightly shorter, but he did play that beautifully, but on another day.
Richards bowls, and this ball is just defended into the onside. Dockrell Fields, and once again there's no run. 115 without loss, target 232, and Ireland are going to reach halfway to their target in almost exactly half the overs. If they to get 2 more runs, in fact 1 more run I should say, off the remaining balls of the over, they'd be exactly poised at halfway to 232 with exactly half the 50 overs remaining. Nice symmetry as Richards is in and bowls. Won't be a run off this ball. Defended into the covers, and score remaining at 115 for no wicket. Richards a little more wearily now, retraces his steps to top of his run up at the ace close end, the shadows growing ever longer, and Richards preparing to bowl once more as yet another rather loud engine goes roaring past us. Richards bowls, it's short, it's pulled away, it'll be a single to deep square leg, and we could be just about to reach this perfect scenario of being halfway to the target in exactly half the overs. I think there's just 1 ball left of this over now. It is 116 for no wicket, target 232, 47 to McCollum with that single. Wood has 64, the more aggressive of the 2 batsmen, even though McCollum actually had the first 15 runs on the board at the start of the innings, chiefly because Moore hadn't faced a ball. So Richards comes in with a slip and a gully, bowls to Moore, and he comes down late on this, and there will be no run, and here we have it. 50
You have
overs.
your wish.
Yeah, 50 overs to be bowled, half of them gone, 232 runs to be scored for victory for Ireland, half of them have been scored. No wicket down, 64 to Moore and 47 to McCollum.
Current run rate 4.64, run rate required 4.64.
There we are.
There you go.
That's
Exactly
symmetry
right.
for you.
Now, George Dockrell has been going at rather more than 4.64 in his overs so far. He's been going for 7.7 in the 6 overs he has bowled so far, where 46 runs have been bludgeoned. So he'll be hoping that he can stem the bleeding a little from the river end. Left arm round the wicket. And we have a blackbird in the just behind the box that is busy singing away rather spectacularly. Don't know if you can pick it up on the mic, but enjoying the cricket by the sounds of things. And Dockrell is in again. That is played out into the offside. There is no run. Now, I did post, I was doing some commentary from here, and Peter Baxter, the old
Yes.
Test match special producer, he said he was one of the ones who fought to have a press box at this ground originally.
Yes, I've heard him claim as much.
And that is flicked round the leg side. He said he didn't claim all the responsibility, I have to say, as that goes, I think, off the legs for a leg by around the corner. But he said he originally used to report from Coventry, from Chelmsford, from just some point in the ground, down on ground level that he was allowed to broadcast from. But now we have this rather lovely press box. So Bartex, if you're listening, enjoy. And that is short and just punched into the covers for a single. 117 without loss. Moore He's played very nicely indeed for his 65. McCullum, well, he is 47 not out and facing Dockrell. Dockrell left arm round, and that is blocked with his back by the wicket keeper. I don't know if there was any bat involved. It was certainly wide, short, down the leg side, and McCullum rather missed out. But it was good work from the wicket-keeper Buttleman, who put his body on the line to ensure that no runs were scored. This is a much better delivery, and it bounces up a bit, and there's a rather dramatic turn and roll on the ground by Das. But Dockrell is ready once again. And that is smashed into the covers, but it's well fielded at wideish mid-on by Ishan Kali, and they'll only get a single. That is the end of the Dockrell over, which was a lot tidier than some of the earlier ones we have seen from him. There were just 3 runs, 2 from the bat from it. 119 now without loss. The required run rate is creeping up. It's above 4.7 now. More 65 not out. McCullum 48 not out. 119 without loss. Chasing 232 Ireland.
Yeah, they may not make it with many overs to spare, but they're using the time up well. And I think my estimate of 48th over won't be too far away. I imagine there'll be a little bit of an acceleration as they get down to the last 20 or 30. Jamal Richards, top of his run up at the Hayes close end. George Dockrell just sprinting away to take up his position on the composition wicket at mid-wicket. Probably the strip that's going to be used for Tuesday's T20 game. Richards is in, bowls, and that's guided down for 4 runs to the third man boundary, beating the dive of Gully. 123 for no wicket. No applause for James McCollum's 50. No, sorry, not his 50.
Yep, his 50.
Well, it's odd because they've just put the 4 up to more on the scoreboard, but it is McCullum. Yeah, it's a mistake on the scoreboard. 52 to him. And they should take more back 4 runs. I think he's on 61, or no, maybe 65 is correct, and they seem to have given it to Moore. But it is McCullum, it is his 50. Apologies for the confusion. 123 for no wicket, another 109 needed, and basically all the time in the world to get them. Richards is in, bowls to McCullum, and he's this time nicked it down to fine leg. Fieldsman out of my sight will be herring round the boundary and getting there, and they get 2 runs. 125 for no wicket and 54 to McCullum.
Yeah, it was decent 50 off just 86 deliveries. Scored nice and briskly for his team, while also playing mainly the anchor role for Moore. But McCullum will be pleased to have got some runs under his belt after making just 6 in the first innings.
Richards, with 6 conceded off his first 2. Is in and bowls, and that ball is run down, and that could be 4 more. It is, and it was almost stopped by the diving Gully, but it was a repeat of the first ball. So 10 off 3, and who'd be a bowler? It's there wasn't that any of the deliveries were ranked bad deliveries for a moment, but he's gone for 10, and the score now up to 129 for no wicket.
Yeah, nice shots too, though. He's spotted that there is a gap there, and with the pace and direction that Jamal Richards is largely bowling at, all he does is have to hang his bat out, angle it nicely. There's a big gap between slip and gully, and at the moment he is finding it on a very regular basis.
He is indeed, and good play from McCullum, not having really to do anything very risky to achieve a high scoring tariff. And Richards bowls turn, and he swats at this, and that was a little bit of a chance of a strangle, but he gets away with it. Maybe if he had got an edge, it might have eluded the keeper. 129 for none, 103 more needed, and we're in the 27th of the minimum 50.
Cranked up the pace there as well, didn't he, Jamal Richards?
Yeah.
It was a nice, good to see that he can throw that quite dangerous looking short ball, because he very nearly tempted the batter into an indiscretion that might have seen him strangle down the leg side.
Yes, he hasn't bowled many short balls in this innings. Credit to him. Next one is just pushed into the offside for a single, and 130 for no wicket in the 27th of 50.
No, it's he's finding out how hard it is as well to play first-class cricket at the moment. Jamal Richards must have looked pretty easy when he was getting his 5 for in the first innings, but on a increasingly a wicket that increasingly favours the batters, he's having to really work his socks off at the moment.
Bowls, and that's nicely clipped off the pads, and they'll get 2 here, I think. Indeed they will, out to deep mid-wicket, and scored to 132 for none, and now exactly 100 more are needed, and the runs coming very freely indeed all of a sudden now, with 65 to Moore, 59 to McCollum, who really collected, I just think about 12 runs in that over. And so 100 are needed now from a minimum 24 overs, and that's only just over 4 and over.
Now, this is interesting times really, because do these two now try and get themselves out to let Balbirnie and Tector have a bat, or do they think, no, we could do with all the practice we can get, thanks. And if they can't get us out, why should we help? Interesting philosophical debates for these two at the moment, I think. 27 runs, 23 are now left. A couple of batters who will be left short of practice, as George Dockrell, whose left arm spin probably hasn't done quite enough to get him selected for the test team, although he batted very well, 100 runs in the match, and that is played round the corner nicely. Decent fielding as well in the deep. I think it was from Camphor, who hurled the ball in without bouncing over the stumps.
Yeah, better to do one thing well than 2 things badly, and I think these two now, let them see it out.
Yeah, and that is picked off superbly. It's ever so slightly over pitch, but he took a big stride forward and swept superbly. Found the angle as well. Sorry.
No, not at all. I was just going to say, I think one factor is that it's the captain who's due in next, and captains tend to try to be unselfish. So I think McBurney will tend to say, leave him to Balbirnie, I do beg his pardon. And the other is they couldn't get that many now if they did come in.
No, absolutely right. And that is short, and that is swung away. It's a filthy delivery as far as Dockrell is concerned, and on it very quickly indeed was Moore, and he has clattered that, I think, through the gates next to the pavilion out into the car park for 6 more. And at the moment Dockrell is ensuring a pretty fast finish to this match, not entirely all his own fault, but every poor ball he has bowled has largely been put away for a maximum, of which there have been quite a lot. His 7.3 overs have so far cost 59, and McCullum and Moore are clambering in at every opportunity as we wait for the ball to make its way back, which it has done eventually. And Dockrell still has 3 more balls in this over. You wonder how long Essex can keep him on, even if they are trying to give him a bit of practice. This is in once again, and it's a big forward stride defensive shot on this occasion, as enough runs seem to have been banked in this over by Moore, who's up to virtually a run a ball, and that is just played backward of square. It's a better delivery, better length and line from Dockrell, but played safely, defensively, backward of square. So Dockrell has stemmed the bleeding somewhat after the 4 and the 6. This is short. Oh, and that's probably hitting middle stump, but he was some way down the wicket, so we'll give him what little benefit of the doubt we can find. Dockrell just cannot believe it, but he should be able to believe it by now, because no one's been given out for 2 days. LBW, and he was down the wicket a long way, so we'll give the umpire a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. However, it had straightened, and it wasn't very high up the pad. Let's leave it there though. McCullum is 60 not out, Moore is 77 not out, the score is 144. The target gets ever smaller, it's now just 88 required. There are 22 overs to go, so it's exactly 4 and over required.
So I'll take this over as we see Noah Thane come into the attack at the Hayes close end to reprieve Jamal Richards, who went for 12 off his previous over. And we'll bring Victoria Polly back to join Guy. And, well, they may well have seen the game over the line by the end of their half hour. I don't think there'll be a lot left.
I think that they'll leave the final knockings for you, Paul.
Thank you. I'm not sure I'm grateful, but still. Here is Thane in. Bowls some more. Pleasant off drive, fielded in the covers by Jamal Richards, and score remaining at a gross for no wicket, 144 for none. 88 more needed in a minimum of 22 overs at exactly 4 and over. That's all it will take. 77 to Moore, 60 to McCullum. And it certainly isn't out of the question that this could be a 10-wicket win. It'll be batsman error, I think, if a wicket does go down. Thane is in and bowls, and that ball's beautifully clipped away by Moore off the pads. Just been a single. And taking the score to 145 for no wicket, another 87 needed.
Yes, these two are looking so comfortable. There are actually some quite good deliveries going in, but such is the eye that they now have in. That one, not bad, Yorker length, but flicked away so easily into the leg side for a single. They really are looking more and more comfortable by the minute.
Thane is in, bowls to McCullum. McCullum nicely driven, but straight to Richards in the covers. If he gets it a couple of yards either side, would have been 4 runs, and still 145 for none. And the strength of the sun has all of a sudden disappeared as the high white cloud has rather taken over again and is a bit more invasive in this session than it was in the opening session.
Yes, I think we'll probably won't require jumpers before the end of the match, but certainly just after.
And that one rather turns round McCullum there, and he plays it safely enough, but he was absolutely squared up. Good delivery from Thane, who's had an impressive game for me, both with bat and ball. And he's got a good arm on him as well, so useful in the field.
Yeah, I was glad to see. I'd heard about his batting, and in the first innings he did look a bit nervy, but he batted really well and only really was out because he was sacrificing himself in the run chase.
Absolutely. Here he comes. Bowls, and that ball is played to short mid-wicket. There will be no run, and in the 29th of the 50 overs.
Yeah, I think the batsman was slightly surprised by the bounce that Thane is managing to generate. He goes to check the pitch, but I don't think it was anything to do with the pitch. He just can bang the ball in, and it can surprise you by just being a tad quicker than you're expecting.
Absolutely. Thane, yet another motorcycle comes in behind us, but Thane's in, oblivious to it, bowls, and played to mid-wicket, and there's no run there. A decent over, this one from Thane, has now finished. Just the 1 run from it. 60 to McCullum, 78 to Moore, 145 for no wicket. 87 more runs are needed from 21 overs, and Victoria will join Guy.
Yeah, we're going to have a drinks break by the looks of things as well. The final one, you would imagine, of the match, as everybody just moves towards the pavilion.
Oh.
And we just make our substitutions. To my left in the commentary box, McCullum is going nicely, 60 from 95 balls, Moore 78 from 82. Just having a quick look at the match summary, and it is showing that Ireland, when you consider that they were 65 for 5 in their first innings and still 200 and a lot, 280 odd behind, for them now to be in a position where they should go on and win this is remarkable. 145 they have scored so far. More 78, top scoring off just 82 deliveries. But it's been a thoroughly entertaining match. We've had 3 innings of over 300, so certainly the batsmen have probably enjoyed themselves on the whole rather more than the bowlers. We have had a few exceptional performances with the ball. I think Graham Hume in the second over with his 3 for 50 bowled really well. Thomas Mays, well, what a great first-class match he has had. He's taken 7 wickets for Ireland in that. But Jamal Richards, who must have thought he'd have a chance of equalling that sort of total, having taken 5 in the first innings, as yet has not made a breakthrough in the second, but then again nobody has. Hello Victoria, how are you?
Hello, I'm good, thank you. I have more cricket wear and dapperness and bats news on the emails
perfect.
to follow on from our discussion earlier when Barry had been in touch,
yes.
worried about players not tucking in shirts and carrying the bats by the blades. David has been in touch on the email, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. He says, hi there Victoria and Guy and Paul. Shirts and sportswear today are generally made from better fitting materials such as nylon variants that don't fly and flutter as much as cottons and linens and woolens of old. As such, shirts and so on can be tighter fitting without being as restrictive to the players. And don't start on heat and moisture repelling garments. They could risk the end of drinks breaks, as we're seeing now, and the noble tradition of umpires wearing the bowler's spare layers. As a very, very minor Taverner cricketer with a career best of 13, caught and bowled by ex-Longford Town and St Patrick's Athletic AFC assistant manager Billy Bagster, I can't help you on bat carrying. That's from David Walsh, Athboy Island. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that right, but hopefully I've done so, David. And he says, P.S. Say hello to David Baker, formerly of Dublin, who watched the proceedings in the grandstand yesterday and Friday.
Hello David, hope you're enjoying the cricket, and thank you for that fantastic clothing information, just what we required. So that is why you don't tuck your shirt anymore. You don't have to, and you do see the pictures of the players in the 50s and the 60s, and the rather very cool white cotton shirts billowing
Yes.
as they're tucked into the rather baggy trousers. There's a certain classic coolness about that look, but is now unnecessary. I have to admit that given my figure these days, I think I'd prefer the bigger, baggier cotton shirt to the tighter, ergonomic one that the young people could wear.
Show off the muscles.
Exactly, exactly. So it will be Ishan Kelly, who has bowled nicely in this second innings so far, to come back in to the attack. He's only bowled 2 overs, he only went for 8. Hasn't bowled possibly as much as he would have hoped in this match, but he's getting another go now from the river end. So I shall hand over to Victoria.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, Ishan Kelly has just been doing a couple of practice bowls with Robin Das. Is in 2 more, who drives that one up to mid-on for no run. Just noticing when he was just doing a bit of warm-up, hopefully it won't have any bearing on his actual bowling, but he just wasn't getting the release quite right when he was coming out of his hand. He was sort of coming a bit early and flying up in the air. So we did see him go for a few extra runs earlier on, and a couple of no balls he struggled with as well. So hopefully he can find his line and length with Ireland 145 of the 2 openers still in. Kelly 2 more, who's driving for a single.
I think we have a substitute fielder on who doesn't have a number on his back.
Yes, I was trying to work out if there was one of the Irish players who's playing for Essex who haven't got their numbers on their back, or if that is a sub. But yes, I think you're right over on the boundary. So Ishan Kelly has gone for a dot and a single so far in this over, bowling from the river end. Up to McCullum, takes an edge, collected in the covers by Noah Thane for no run.
Yes, it's a nice looking shot for nothing, that one, but Thane was there for that very shot, and he's bowling to his field, if nothing else at the moment, Ishan Kelly. He has once or twice hurried up the batters. He'll be hoping he can do the same here, but it's tough bowling to 2 such well set batters.
Into James McCullum, and that one played and missed by McCullum through to Buttleman.
Good ball. Really good ball, and just when we said it's so tough to bowl to these guys, he beats him all ends up. Nice delivery, length and line, tempted, and lucky to survive a little on that one. McCullum, no edge though.
McCullum on 60, PJ Moore on 79, Ireland 146 without loss. Nation Cali turns on his mark. McCullum awaits and he swings at that one. He does get it away into the leg side. It'll go all the way for 4 runs.
It's tough for the bowler that, because it was probably on middle, but the batter decided that the ball had to go. Played a very fine shot, but there wasn't much wrong with the ball.
That's 150 runs up for Ireland as they chase down the target of 232.
82 left to get.
Ishan Kali moving in past the umpire to McCullum, who just dabs that one down into the offside for no run.
Yeah, went for the defensive slightly short of the length, having seen the attacking fuller length ball turned around the corner for 4. But Cali, 3 overs now for 13. He will probably, like Josh Rymel, think that this might have been ever such a slightly missed opportunity to stake a claim, but I'm sure they will come again. They're both young, talented players, and it is tough if you're thrown into one match and told, go on, make a bit of a name for yourself.
Yeah, Josh Rymel has had a bit more opportunity. He's played quite a lot of list day cricket over the past couple of years. He has been involved in the One Day Cup squads.
Thane is in, and that's lifted in a not entirely finished drive shot, but just pushes it really into the covers, and there is no run. And Thane has looked very tidy at the moment, bowling from the Hayes close end. Started in this match a little bit expensively when he first came into bowl, but he finished with a wicket, which will have pleased him immensely in the Ireland first innings. He removed Andrew McBride, bowling him for 67. That is another defensive shot into the covers, no run. So very much keeping the batters honest at the moment, particularly as Moore was bowling along at a run a ball before just being pegged back ever so slightly. The run rate is still only a fraction over 4 and over for victory. Got one slip, gully, mid on, mid off, extra cover, mid wicket, shortish, fine leg, and that's pushed out to cover a deep point on the boundary, and that's another dot ball. So this is very tidy stuff indeed from the 18-year-old. No liberties as yet being taken in this over by Moore. 32 years old now. As when you go through most of the Ireland team, there's so many of them between 30 and 32, they all came through together. Moore happened to be in Zimbabwe when he was coming through, and that's a very clever shot, because I think he meant some of that. It looks like a thick edge over the top, but he certainly knew that that was an empty space in the ground, and he went for that direction, certainly. And it looks as if he did clip it through most of the middle of the bat rather than it being too top edgy. So nicely invented shot for 4 by Moore, and the score goes on to 154, and they have the 4 they require really from the over.
Yeah, nice play there from PJ Moore, just waiting for the timing to be right and getting that ball away to the boundary.
Thane is in once again, and that's driven nicely, and that should bisect the fielders, and does bisect the fielders. Lovely cover drive on this occasion, and after treating the young man so respectfully for 3 balls, he's now spanked him backward a point for 4, and now through the covers for 4 more. And Moore is now racing on and is much nearer a century than a half century. 87 not out, that's the unlucky number in Australia. 13 short of 100. How long will he stay on that number as Thane comes in? And again, he gets a little bit squared up, but he plays the defensive shot nicely in the end. Good recovery, though, from Thane. 4 dot balls, 2 fours, 8 off the over. More moves to 87. McCullum, who didn't face any balls in that particular over, is 64 not out. 158 now without loss. 74 are required, and the run rate has dropped below 4 for the remaining 19 overs.
Well, I think from the point of view of Essex, they've probably got out of this game what they wanted to. They've been able to give some experience to some of the younger members of the squad. For Ireland as well, with having 4 of their players as part of that Essex squad, they've managed to get a good look at who they've got available for them going into the test on Thursday, and good scores for the openers as well. Like you say, maybe the only thing that they might have wished, and they might still get an opportunity, is for some time at the crease for Balbirnie and Tector in this second innings, as Catley is in and McCullum drives to Thane, the fielder, for no run.
Yeah, Thane's in the middle of everything. He's been kept very busy today. But that was a decent shot again for no run, but that's why the fielder is in exactly that position for exactly that shot. And you're right, I still think even if Balbirnie and Tector don't get a run this afternoon, this has been a pretty good exercise as far as Ireland are concerned.
Catley into McCullum, who has driven that one away. Jamal Richards is the man in the deep, though, on the offside, and if there's a man who's going to get to the ball, it will be Jamal Richards, and he does.
A heck of an arm as well, because that is probably fully 100 yards away, that boundary, and he threw it on the full to the wicket keeper. There was no bounce. A brilliant performance.
160 without loss, Ireland. McCullum on 66, Moore on 87. McCullum on strike after that too. Catley into him, and he's clonked that one away into the leg side all the way to the boundary. It was a good old thump as it went, and he's got 4 runs for it.
I don't think he meant the ball to go there at all. I think that was supposed to be clumped somewhere towards on the other side of the pitch. Anyway, he gets 4 more. If you're going to swing hard. It's what he's done again and again and again in this match. And actually, I'm giving him a disservice. I'm doing him a disservice. He invented that shot and played it well.
Catley to McCullum, who pulls that one away this time. There is a man out on the deep square leg boundary.
Yes, as if someone's rattled McCallum's cage.
Yes.
He's just suddenly decided.
He's got Sunday evening plans, 67 to win.
I think you're right. I think there's a 6:30 dinner appointment, obviously booked somewhere in one of Chelmsford's finest. 7 runs so far.
165 on the board for Ireland as Catley runs in. Moore on strike. He turns this one into the leg side, fielded in the deep by, I think that's the sub fielder potentially out there. Or is it Camphor? It might be Camphor.
I think it is Camphor out there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, he gets to the ball. Ireland have 166.
Now this is the one passage of play. Yes, I'm enjoying watching these two bat for fun, but you feel a bit for the bowlers in this part of the match.
Catley with a shorter ball, and that's punished by McCullum, who gets it all the way for 4 in the leg side past the square leg umpire, and he really is in a hurry, is the Irish opener.
That really was a textbook hook shot. Rolled his wrists in front of his eyes, hit it exactly square. Nothing that any of the fielder could do about it. Absolutely top-notch shot, exactly how you were taught how to play it, and that's why, because he has got 4 runs. He himself took 11 off that over. There were 12 eventually. Catley, who had bowled so tidily, is now beginning to have his figures gently rearranged. His 4 overs now have gone for 25, and ever closer. The run rate required drops below 3.5. And it will be Thane to continue as the Essex youngsters are given a bit of an extended bowl towards the tail end of this match, and that is slapped into the covers, but is fielded pretty comfortably in the end. I think it's Josh Reimel who's out there in the covers, and he fields nicely, so there is no run, but Moore and McCullum are cranking it up. They might also be cranking it up because if they get out then someone gets in, but it's a win-win as far as they're concerned at this stage of proceedings. Still a slip and a gully in as Thane is in again, and that's a little bit wide and he's punched away. There is a man out at deep cover point on the boundary, and he can make sure that he keeps them down to a single. So the temperature does begin to, you can just feel it getting slightly cooler in the commentary box.
Yeah, that breeze is blowing across now, isn't it? Still nice and pleasant.
But suddenly they might regret not having a jumper out at some point. And that is slapped away again to that deep cover point for a single. This time though by McCullum. And certainly keeping poor old Curtis Campher busy out there. But it is only the single. Thane, who Victoria said had signed the rookie contract for the year. That was just on Thursday, Wednesday or Thursday, I think. And that's flicked off his toes really, really nicely. It's well fielded though by Ishan Kali, who keeps them down to a couple. He really did have to put his skates on to get round to fine leg and ensure that the boundary was cut off. But they continue to keep up with the required run rate and a bit beyond. 4 runs so far from this over from Thane, who in the carnage around him must be pretty pleased with his figures so far of 0 for 13. This is third over, 2 balls left in it, and that is smashed up to mid-off, but it is eventually stopped by Adair and there will be no run. There's a little bit of a misfield at first, very good shot for nothing, and Thane having a smile about it because he knows he was a bit lucky to get away with that as a dot ball. He comes in to finish his third over of this spell and indeed in this innings. Oh, and that's a good ball, and it kept a little bit low outside off stump, and suddenly had more fetching for it a little concerned it might be angling in at his stumps. He was lucky it just passed by, but Moore now has 91 from 96 deliveries, McCullum 76 from 105, in a total of 174 with still no wicket down for Ireland. As we just watch again that ball keep a little bit low outside of stump, and it cut back a lot. It was a good delivery from Thane, but Ireland still no wickets down. 58 to win now from 17 overs.
In the T20 blast, Sussex need 10 runs of the last over to beat Surrey. They are 139 for 5. Surrey were 148 all out. Just the 2 runs for Ravi Bopara in that Sussex innings, but he did take 3 of the wickets at the Oval. Ishan Kali is going to continue from the river end for Essex. James McCullum on strike. In comes Kali, and that's driven away. And again, Jamal Richards is that man out in the deep on the offside, moving round the boundary to prevent it going for the 4. 2 runs to McCullum.
Love watching his arm. It is something else.
My view is just slightly obscured by the window, so I couldn't see him throw, just saw the ball fly back in.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think I'd have to have about 4 or 5 goes to get it that far.
Ireland 176. As Kali moves past the umpire to McCullum, flicks that one off the legs, collected by a fielder in the onside. I think that is a sub that time.
I think it's cricket's gain is Decathlin's loss, looking at Jamal Richards with his speed around the ground, his throwing skills, Haven't seen the long jump yet, but I'm guessing it's pretty useful.
Yeah, I can imagine that he was one of his
Yeah,
PE
annoying
department's
kids.
stars, yes.
Yeah, good at everything.
Kelly into McCullum. McCullum down low to work that one away into the offside again. Jamal Richards, the man out there, gets the ball back in for a single.
Yeah, they're scoring very easily now, aren't they, Ireland? Every so often a ball comes through and surprises them, as we saw from that Thanes final ball of that last over. But that is happening more and more infrequently, you feel, at the moment, as these two, they both got chance of reaching 100. Yes, they have just about. Yeah, they should.
55 to
Yeah,
win.
Yeah. No, plenty of opportunities for both to get there.
PJ Moore, the man on strike, on 91. Up the other end, McCullum on 79. Ishan Kelly bowling to PJ Moore. He tries to turn that one round the corner, flicks it into the wicket keeper, and it will just drop for no run.
No ball, sadly, for Ishan Kelly, and this happened in the first innings as well. That in the end, Buttleman decided to stand up to him, or the skipper decided the wicketkeeper would stand up to Ishan Kelly, and it's not a bad idea because it stops the batter coming charging down the wicket at him.
So after that no ball, Kelly comes in. It's a hit along the floor up to mid-on for no run by Moore. 178. Moore still on 91.
Yeah, he really has batted well, and after that gritty 37 in the first innings, he's been able to play with a great deal more freedom in this second innings.
In comes Kelly to Moore, and that's slightly wide. Appeal for caught behind.
I think he was. The keeper and Slip can't believe that that hasn't been given.
Everyone's got their hands on their head in the
I
field.
get the LBW, I do get the LBW, but everyone there was convinced that there was a catch behind. We'll just see if we can see it on the replay. It's a brilliant take. It is a brilliant take. Actually, the bowler was the only person who wasn't interested. It hit something, but there was a definite noise. And I think actually the way the players are reacting, they think it might have been out.
Kelly into Moore, who's forward defensive. End of the over. Ireland 178, needing 54 to win.
But it was umpire White who didn't give that one out. Umpire Black is now marching over to take guard behind the stumps at the Hayes close end. It will be Thane to continue, Noah Thane. But yes, that was perhaps a little unlucky as far as Ishan Kelly is concerned, but absolutely breathtaking take behind the stumps, one-handed by Buttleman. He was sure that the toe end of the bat had been hit, but his glove was almost next to it, so it was a tough call for the umpire to give. However, it will be Thane now. Oh, and that's a drive on the up. That's not entirely middled, but Thane got a hand on it. That slowed it down enough before it reached Adair at mid-off, and there is no run.
Sussex have won by 5 wickets at the Oval.
Did Ravi bat?
Yeah, only got 2.
Oh, okay, but he got wickets, didn't he?
Yes, he took 3 wickets in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Sunrisers are 62 for 3, chasing Northern Diamonds 172.
And that beats the batter who came charging out of his crease to try and attack Thane, but Thane bowled a really nice delivery. And, well, if he'd been standing up on that occasion, Buttleman, he'd have stumped him by some distance, because he had come a long way down the wicket to have a blaze at that, only to miss it. But Thane is maybe a yard or 2 quicker than Ishan Kelly. I think this is my Is this my? I don't. When's the next break of commentator?
I think you probably have 3 minutes left.
I have 3 minutes left. Fantastic.
And it might well be your final 3 minutes of the game.
Sad. I've enjoyed it.
It's been good fun.
I won't obviously be watching the football on my laptop at the back. Well, Thane, this has been a really good over so far from him. In amongst the carnage. And he bowls to McCollum again, and McCollum this time actually plays a defensive shot out onto the onside, where bizarrely he had almost more of a chance of a run than the dancing down the wicket and missing the ball and trying to thrash it over long on, because there are some big spaces on the onside. You could certainly just drop and go, you feel, for singles, with a shortish mid-wicket and then a very deep mid-wicket and a deep fine leg. There are acres out there on the leg side, which is the long half of the ground from this end. And that is clipped into said leg side, but Ishan Kali is round briskly from fine leg to get the ball in and keep them down to a single. That's the first run from this over of Noah Thane, who has grown into this game the longer it has gone on. Batted well this morning, bowling well now. As he gets ready once again. And that is just played out respectfully into the onside. That is the end of my over, and I think probably the end of my 3 minutes, because the over went on a bit. Thane, none for 14 from his 4 overs. He's bowled well. McCollum is 80 not out, more 91, 179 without loss. 53 runs required from the remaining 15 overs.
Thank you very much, Guy. It's been a pleasure to have you on commentary with us this game, and I'm sure Guy will be off to check on the football scores. Not sure he'll want to have a look at the ones I think he might be interested in, but our focus is firmly here at Chelmsford on Ireland batting, needing 53 to win against Essex. It's Victoria Polly with you, and Paul Newton will rejoin us on commentary. Ishan Kali is going to continue from the river end, and it will be James McCullum who has 80 runs on strike. In comes Kali to McCullum, slightly wide of off stump, and taken by the wicket-keeper for no run.
Yeah, just 53 needed now, and a bit of a stroll, I think we can say, Victoria. But overall, 3 very good days of enjoyable cricket, and I know the cynics will sort of say, well, if you like that sort of thing, but we have seen some good cricket, and we know that the whole point of the match is for the Island boys to get some good practice, and they have done.
Kali into McCullum, fuller ball, which McCullum gets a bit of bat on.
Yeah, so the bowler was unaware that the wicketkeeper had thrown the ball, only just missed him there, actually. Not that it wouldn't have done him any great harm, but yeah, you can't have it both ways, really. Counties won't put out full-strength sides in tour games anymore. So if a match is to have any moment at all, or even to take place, you know, you have to have this kind of arrangement.
Kali into McCullum. Oh, and again, that's just not timed right by McCullum, and it will drop for Buttleman, the wicketkeeper, to collect.
Just a bit weary there, I thought, to McCullum. Not quite up to the standard of the rest of his innings, but it's understandable. It's pretty hot out there under a helmet. But you feel that the two of them have got a great chance here to post 100. And why not take it?
Yeah, McCullum on 80, PJ Moore at the other end on 91, Ireland 179, Ishan Kali with the ball in hand, bowling to McCullum. Lovely drive, and Jamal Richards will come in off the boundary to field that one for the single.
Yes, it's if you are not a confident batsman yourself and you had a pitch that you might like to play on. I think this would have to be the one, really. Maybe not at 11 o'clock in the morning against a new ball, but by the time we get into mid-afternoon, you know, I think the captain would say to you, well, here's your chance, take it.
PJ Moore on strike as Callie comes in over the wickets, turns that one into the leg side for no run, 180 Ireland.
And of course the challenge for these two batsmen and many others before them is to keep the concentration going, knowing that there's a lot of things in their favour, but probably the one way you can lose it is just for a single delivery to lose a bit of concentration and give it away. And one of the arts of being a successful batsman, without a shadow of a doubt, is avoiding a tendency to give your wicket away unnecessarily.
In comes Callie to PJ Moore. It's flicked up for mid-on to field for no run. And that is the end of the over. Just a single off it. Better from Ishan Callie in that over. Ireland 180 without loss, and they need 52 to win.
The downfall, or at least if not downfall, shortcoming of many a batsman is the one where the batsman has a particular strength and everybody knows, the opposition have arrived, they know exactly what that batsman is going to be trying to concentrate on. And maybe somebody says, I'm the team coach arriving at the ground, we better not bowl to him there. And the captain says, no, that's exactly where I do want you to bowl to him, because we're going to have two fielders standing next to each other at short mid-wicket, and you mark my words, the chance is going to come there. And they're usually right about that. And the batsman doesn't stop playing the shot because he says, yes, but I get a lot of runs that way. And it's true, he does. But how often do you have to get out to the same fielding position before you say, if I cut that one out, it might take me longer, but I could, you know, improve my average by 8 to 10 runs, which is a lot. Here's the first ball of a new over.
And it's new bowler, Matthew Foster.
Yeah, thank you, Matthew Foster there, who's bats left-handed, but bowls right. A little bit Pringle-like in his build and indeed his manner as he runs up. That's well down leg side and need trouble nobody. It's maybe the wicket keeper. McCullum 81 off 118, Moore 91 off 103. Moore I think has played particularly well, but both have generally played well, and Foster's in and bowls, and that one I think it's just off the pad, and McCollum is the batsman just waiting for a potential signal here from umpire Black. There it goes. I do like the way signals are legged by with very rhythmic, bringing the hand down on top of the thigh without actually quite hitting the thigh. It's quite spectacular in its own way. 181 for no wicket.
Requires good balance as well.
Yes, it does. That's right. Suggests that he's a character. And if you're going to make a signal, make it a positive one and one that's memorable. Here comes Foster from the Hayes close end bowls, and that's edged 4 runs. And neither side has had a third man that I can remember in the game, and that I think probably was one of the many sort of little bylaws that were set up for this game, that neither side must be negative with the man on the third man boundary. And 4 runs to the score there. It was in the air, had there been a fieldsman between the slip and the gully. 185 for no wicket. And PJ Moore getting ever closer to 100, and let's hope he gets it. 95 not out. In fact, I hope they both get their hundreds as Foster's in. Bowls to Moore. Ooh, that keeps low. And the keeper only just manages to get down to it there. It is, as we've pointed out before, a mannerism of a Chelmsford pitch that very few balls jump up like the one that Jamal Richards bowled at one stage in this innings. But I think it just hit something freakish in the pitch. And apart from that, Chelmsford pitches tend to generally start off with a lowish bounce and get lower. And the next ball's on its way from Foster. Oh. That also kept low, and that's why Moore, rather than adding to his 95 runs, is just happy to stay on that score, because he would, had the bounce been predictable, have connected. Now, one's not to know exactly where the ball might have ended up, but might have been hitting it through the covers for 4. Heaven knows he's very practiced at the shot. 185 for no wicket. 47 more are all that's needed for an Ireland victory. And Foster's on his way in. Bowls, and Ball is played into the covers by Moore for no run, the over ends, and really in a sense the big question, I think. Oh, in fact,
They've taken the run for the overthrow.
Taken the right. Yeah, it was an overthrow there where the ball need never really have been thrown in the first place. But anyway, they get a run onto the board, 186 for no wicket in that case, and just seeing if that run does go to Moore. I think it should do probably. Just checking here. Yes, 96 to him. So a boundary away from what would be a very well deserved 100. But in answer to the question, you know, have Ireland gained from playing this game? I think the answer has to be a resounding yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And even from an Essex point of view as well, I think that they've got enough out of it with the opportunities and the achievements that we've seen.
Yeah, very much so.
Robin Das and Jamal Richards, Will Buttleman and Noah Thane's quick 36 as well. It's all been worthwhile. Ishan Kelly, another of those youngsters playing, is bowling, and there's a single from PJ Moore to start off the over.
And Jamal Richards, who throws in a good throw there, 5 for 96, a 5-wicket haul on his debut, and he was thrilled to bits last night when I interviewed him. Love to see a player who's not been in the game long enough to be able to conceal their delight at their success. I'm all for it.
And hopefully we'll hear from one of those players at the end of play. Paul will go off and get some reaction as Kelly is in to McCullum. It takes an edge, and that will trickle all the way down to the boundary for McCullum to add to his score.
Yes, I mean we tend to sort of be given a player to interview at the end of a game, not necessarily have a say in it, but I think last night we were allowed to choose Jamal Richards, and today I think I'll be given probably a choice between the likes of Will Buttleman and Noah Thane.
Or maybe even Nick Brown, the captain, perhaps.
Yes,
They
it
might
is a
want to-
possibility, but because he had a rather disappointing game
Yes.
himself, probably not in practice.
Kelly bowling to McCullum, who's just hit that 4-2 third man. This time he wallops it out into the offside for Jamal Richards to run in off the boundary and collect, while the Ireland pair take a single to keep things ticking over. 40 to win now, 192 the score.
But you're quite right in what you say, that Nick Brown would be someone you could sort of talk about all the promising young talent that's been on display, or for that matter Anthony McGrath, of course, is always a very, very pleasant man to interview at the end of the game.
We'll have all the reaction in the BBC Essex Breakfast Sports Bulletins tomorrow as Kelly is in. It's turned into the leg side by Moore. One more to his total. He moves to 98, Ireland 193.
Well, it's all been, I mean, it sounds a little bit outrageous when an innings starts and you say this could well be a 10-wicket win. But when you've watched how easily the batsmen have found it in the game, and particularly once the shine's gone off a new ball, and you literally, and we did say, you know, if a wicket doesn't go down from the new ball, it's hard to see where any wickets are coming from.
Kelly bowling to McCullum, down low. Hits that one into the offside. Richards again, patrolling the deep. Throws that ball back in, and it's just a single to McCullum, who moves on to 87, Ireland 194. So PJ Moore will be on strike for the final ball of this over. He is on 98. What can Ishan Kelly offer him with the ball as he moves in past the umpire to Moore, and Moore turns that one into the leg side, and he will just take a single at the end of the over, so he will keep the strike and he will be on 99 to start the next over. Ireland on 195.
Now normally your quickest bowler gets the luxury of fielding at either long leg or third man, but we haven't had a third man in the match. Long leg, yes, but Jamal Richards actually is well enough thought of that at 19 and with a wonderfully athletic build and a strong arm, he is the man who's patrolling the vast expanses of the cover region, and it's a feather in his cap in my book that he's uncomplainingly enjoyed himself out there and given it all he's got in the field. All right, if he were a more gangly type of fast bowler, more likely to sort of pick up injuries. Perhaps they would be protected in a different sort of position. But if you're a good fielder, I think you enjoy fielding. I don't think there are many good fielders in the history of the game who've hated fielding. Here is Foster in. Bowls, and ball's pushed into the offside, and there's no run there. I do remember Ravi Bopara, of whom I remain a huge fan, saying that he got a bit bored in the field, and he you know, there was no cricket in the family. He absolutely invented the game in his school. When I say invented, he'd seen other people play it, but nobody else had played it at his school. He started the whole thing off. And being Ravi, he loved bowling. He told me once he enjoyed taking a wicket as much as he did scoring 100. But he did get a bit bored in the field from time to time. Foster's in and bowls, and that keeps a little bit low. And they might have snuck a bye there because the wicketkeeper didn't take it cleanly, Will Buttleman, but they don't, and it would have been a risky one. 195 for no wicket. But Ravi was a marvellous player for Essex, and brilliantly cool in a run chase. He was very much, he and Ryan Tender scouted the men you wanted in when it mattered, as they proved at Old Trafford in the year Essex went on, having won that quarter-final after seemingly going to be on the receiving end, and went on to win semi-final and final. So that next ball's 4 runs, and what a lovely shot that was indeed, and what a great way to bring up the 100 for PJ Moore there. Congratulations, sir. He'd taken a single to bring him up to 99 at the end of the previous over. He bided his time, and Foster just gave him sufficient width and length to stretch forward and pierce a narrow gap between cover and extra cover. And he's played a lot of that type of shot in this innings. Thoroughly well played.
Yeah, and exactly what he will want going into the test match with England at Lord's. Is what his coaches will want to see as well.
And we could be about to have another landmark, and we will, because that's the 200, as Moore, now freed from the burden of trying to make sure he got his 100, has hit a magnificent 6 over long off, and you don't see too many of those, and he just opened the body up enough to create the angle. And it's not the long boundary in the game by any means, but nevertheless it's quite a way to hit a 6 into the offside, and superbly played. Just shows what talent the man has. 109 he has, and 205 for no wicket insists that we are indeed coming into the very closing stages of this match.
I think he gave the couple of people who were making their way out of the ground a bit of a surprise as that ball was lofted towards them.
Foster bowls, and that's well outside off stump. No need to play a shot to that, but 109 he is off 115 deliveries, and a very good 100 from the point of view that it was, as far as I can remember, virtually faultless. I really do struggle to remember a false shot from him, and there's always one or two that slip the mind, but it was a thoroughly professional 100. But some lovely shots in it, and 1 or 2 big 6s as well. As here's the next ball, and that's again driven in as a misfield. We haven't seen many, in fairness, but that's 4 runs that should have been no run. A mistake in the covers there. Possibly got a slightly awkward bounce, the fieldsman there fielding on one of the old wickets. So we'll let him away with a warning. And it's 209 for no wicket, and now only a further 23 runs are needed, and we still have I think it's 11 overs remaining.
Yeah, I think we probably will be a little bit earlier than your prediction of what did you, how many overs?
No, I
did you
said
think?
48, but these two, because no wickets have fallen, they've accelerated away, and I was sort of pretty much bang on target when Ireland were halfway to their target, the exact halfway point. But from then on, more in particular, but to no great lesser extent, James McCullum have accelerated away and made this look very, very easy indeed.
George Dockrell will return to bowl from the river end, the island spinner.
And to be honest, I think this is quite likely to take no more than about 2.5 overs to get the 23 runs needed. And the match will finish pretty much bang to time, actually. They're perhaps just before 6 o'clock.
So time for McCullum, who's 87. 209 on the board for Ireland. It's 23 to win. Oof, and that's missed by McCullum, but it's run all the way for 4 leg byes to the boundary.
Well, you raised a good point a moment ago, because McCollum is in danger now
Not being
of not
able to
getting
get
his 100.
yes.
Public enemy number 1 is PJ Moore at the other end, who, having got to his 100 in a mere 3 further deliveries, has raced on to 113, admittedly with the help of a complete misfield in the covers. But it does mean that a lot of McCollum's potential runs, and those 4 leg byes don't help. He's got 19 to play with, and he needs 13.
Dockrell into McCullum, slaps that back at the bowler, who gets low to his right-hand side and stops it. No run.
And he's just looked in, I made this point a few minutes ago, a little bit tired in these closing overs, McCollum.
As Dockrell is into him, and he turns that one into the leg side, he will take a single. So it's 18 now to win for Ireland.
To be honest, I don't think he'll be crying into his beer if he doesn't get the 100, because I think the exercise here hasn't been personal glory, but for as many players from Ireland as possible to get into some visible form, and he has.
Dockrell into PJ Moore, who has driven that one up, and in comes Callie off the long off boundary to field.
You feel that he restrained his inclination to hit that for 6.
It's 215, 17 to win. McCullum back on strike, Dockrell, and that is cut away into the offside for another single to McCullum. Jamal Richards fields in the deep.
Difference would be that McCollum, who's looking a little bit tired, is a far more conventional player, really. Now Moore does play very well conventionally, but he's also got other shots he can bring into play when he really fancies letting rip.
Moore on 115 facing Dockrell. He'll just push that one back towards the bowler for no run.
I don't think McCollum, and I apologise if I do him an injustice, I don't think he would have got the 6 over long off that Moore did in the previous over. And my word, it's beautifully struck as well from Moore. But the two of them have played equally well, really. All right, Moore's the one who takes the plaudits and the eye a little bit more. But it's great to be part of a big partnership, and it's not as if McCollum's contribution has been negligible. They've gone pretty close together until very recently.
Oh, are we about to see something
We are.
a bit unusual?
We're going to see something outrageous, ladies and gentlemen. It is one of those, you know, David Attenborough, when he spots a bird that hasn't been seen for 47 years. It's Nick Brown bowling his leg breaks. And I'm pleased he's brought himself on. You know, it shows a bit of character, a bit of the spirit. He's a great guy. He's very popular with the supporters. And I did actually, funnily enough, wonder yesterday if he'd give himself an over near the finish.
And so did I, because I have done some research so that I know he has bowled 268 balls in first-class cricket but never taken a wicket.
Well, wish him well here, but I do applaud him. Even if, you know, let's say he gets hit for 3 sixes, who cares? He's seen the potential humorous side of things here, which we don't see all that often in cricket. And we'll bowl to McCollum. Brown is in and bowls, and tell you what, that's not the worst ball we've ever seen, and it's batted away to deep mid-wicket, but they'll only get the 1 run, and McCollum probably needs a boundary or 2 here if he's going to get to the 100 in time. He's got 90, but as I say, he may be the last person who's really bothered. I get the impression that he'd rather be not out at the finish than take a silly risk and get out. 216 for no wicket. 17 for no wicket, sorry.
Ooh.
And Moore is, goodness me, a venomous delivery from Brown that's taken the edge. It was pretty much along the ground on its way down for a single in the 3rd man direction as deep backward point runs round to do the fielding. But that's the first time Moore's been beaten by something in a long time. Brown bowls again, and this is not the worst over we've seen by a very long way, even in this innings alone. And they get a single out to deep mid-wicket, and the score to 219 for no wicket, with McCollum on 91 and Moore on 115. Brown, a shrinking violet, you might say, but emerging into the light and bowling a more than decent over here as The ball has gone down to long on from the blade of Moore for a single that takes him to 116. The score to 220 for no wicket. 12 remain to be scored, and McCollum needs another 9 for his 100. But he shows his disdain for concentrating on that by returning the next ball back to the bowler.
Is Tom Wesley watching?
Yeah. Only 3 singles in the over so far. Well, McCollum, rather agriculturally, has a swipe at this. Didn't really get hold of it as he hoped, but he gets a single. Moves him on to 92. 4 singles off the over. Well done, Nick Brown. 221 for no wicket. 11 more are needed, and McCollum, if he's to score 100, needs a further 8. Of course, it is possible that the scores could be tied at the point at which he then gets a boundary to take him to 100, so there's potentially a little more wriggle room.
So Ireland 221, and we are going to have a change of bowling at the river end as well. Is this Matthew Foster?
It is indeed.
Yes.
It was part of the deal. Nick Brown said, well, I'd like to bowl from your end, but if you'll let me have an over, I'll bring you on at the bottom end. And Matt, nice guy that he is, has probably said, sure, Skip, anything you say.
11 to win then for Ireland in this 3-day tourist match at Chelmsford. James McCollum on strike with 92 runs. In comes Foster over the wicket and just dabbed down, and McCullum's in a hurry. He will take the single. The fielder had to come in a few yards to get the ball, so they had time.
Yeah, it'd be rather silly if a wicket fell to a run out at this stage to try and engineer the 100, particularly as a single gets him off strike. But I think we can take it. PJ Moore will be doing his level best, and it shouldn't be difficult to get 100 from the to get a single from the next delivery.
10 to win as Foster is into Moore. Turns that one into the onside for no run.
One of the few places he could have hit it where there was no question of a run, as Dockrell is fielding there, and it went straight to him. But it won't be long before Moore gets the single. McCullum on 93, Moore on 116. And terrific partnership here. Double Nelson on the board. 222 for none, 10 needed.
In comes Foster past the umpire, bowling to Moore, just pushes that one back up the pitch, and Das will stroll in from mid-on and do a couple of keepy-uppies to get the ball up.
Of course, one thing I hadn't taken into consideration, with plenty of overs left to do this, we could have a situation where McCollum gets a single off the first ball of the remaining overs, and Moore refuses to score off the remaining 5, and then he'd get them in singles.
Foster is into Moore, who just swishes his bat out of the way, and it's through to Bottleman for no run.
On the whole, I think everybody would rather he didn't take that particular option, because now those who've remained, and let's have a look, a fair few still here, they'd just like to see the deed finished pronto now for 6 o'clock. So 5:55 as I speak, and 2:22 on the board.
Foster in to Moore on 116. That's trickling away into the leg side for 1 to the total, and it will be a leg bye.
And yes, Moore wasn't sure if it was a good idea to take the single there. I think there's 1 ball left of this over. Yes, indeed, for McCollum, who would doubtless be pleased to get a single here to move on to 94.
9 to win for Ireland as sort of Foster is into McCullum, who's going to try the scoop shot and not execute it.
Yes, he's sort of got himself in a bit of a tangle, hasn't he? Because actually, instead of trying to play a scoop shot, if he'd just played it on its merits, a bit of a long hop outside off stump, and guided it down to third man, he could have got the single that would have enabled him to keep the bowling, and there would still have been 8 more runs needed, and he'd only need to get 6 of them. Whereas as it is, if he's to get any strike from the next over, Moore has got to pinch another run out of the remaining runs to get him on strike. And anyway, here comes the Essex skipper Nick Brown in and bowls, and Moore has just guided him away to deep square leg for the single, and that takes him along as Cally Fields to 116, 220. Well, I think yes, it should be 224 for no wicket, more 117. Brown will now bowl to McCullum on 93, and they just get a single here. 94 to McCullum, 225 for no wicket, so he still needs 6, and there are 7 needed to win. Brown to bowl to Moore, and that's a quicker delivery. Not sure there's any bat on that, but they're going to take another run. That makes it all the harder for McCullum to reach his 100. There was a bit of bat on it, so 118 to Moore, 226 for no wicket. 6 needed to win, and McCullum needs 6 to get his 100. Doesn't have to do it in one ball.
He's going to try, though.
He's going to try, though, and he's hit it down the ground, and I think he's got it. He has got it. Well, in the end, I thought they messed it up, but no. Well done to McCullum. Lovely to see him get his 100, and nobody more pleased to see him get it than PJ Moore at the other end, and a nice way. Okay, it may have been as contrived as hell, but I thoroughly enjoyed the 3 days here, and I'm delighted for Ireland, who must feel that they've got a tremendous number of their players into a remarkably good level of form, considering they've had one 3-day match to do it in. You've got to congratulate Essex for being so cooperative and amenable to bend over backwards to help them, but I think quite rightly so. And an unbroken partnership of 232. So it's a 10-wicket win, as we sort of suggested it might be from some long way out, and we don't deserve a medal for that, certainly won't get one. But it's just, if you were watching the game, you'd say, well, the only way anyone will get out on this is batsman error. And the batsman never sort of lost it and went for huge slogs or anything. It was proper cricket. 118 to Moore, 100 not out to McCullum. And the players enthusiastically shake hands, not least because in 4 cases they're the teammates of the winning side. But I think a lot of people had a lot of fun here, Victoria.
Yeah, it's been really good having Ireland here, not just for this tourist match as they warm up in the red ball format of the game for the one-off test at Lord's, but also to have hosted them in the one-day internationals against Bangladesh as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a bit more of Ireland at Chelmsford in the foreseeable future. But yes, some great cricket, some real potential within the Essex side that we've seen as well in this match, as well as some very valuable practice for the Ireland side ahead of that test next week. We wish them luck in the one-off test with England, and as well with all that they've got coming up later on this year in the white ball format with the World Cup qualifiers as well. But thank you very much, Paul Newton,
Pleasure.
for being with us. Guy Swindles as well, thank you for your company here on BBC Essex and via the Essex live stream as well. T20 Blast starts on Tuesday. Essex taking on Gloucestershire here at Chelmsford. We will have commentary via the BBC Sport website and on digital radio as well on BBC Essex, and there'll be commentary via the Essex live stream as well. We'll have reaction to this game. Paul Newton's going to go and get us an interview. You'll be able to hear that tomorrow morning in the BBC Essex breakfast bulletins and via social media as well. Don't forget to follow us at BBC Essex Sport. But from myself, Victoria Polly, thank you so much for your company, and I will speak to you again very soon. Enjoy the rest of your bank holiday weekend.